He found you in the jungle with bones in your nose, climbing up on trees with the monkeys. You Negroes ought to be glad I brought your black sorry self to America to civilize you. Yet you built the mansions in the South. You cooked his food. Your mother wearing these burlap kind of clothes, but yet could take the silks and fashion a garment for Miss Anne to wear. You build a mansion, you build a White House, you build a Congress, you build everything this white man got, but yet he found you in the jungle. He's a liar. You were some of the most highly civilized people on this earth. You better hurry on up and believe it. Let's go to the book of Daniel.
You will be able to hear and understand Minister Malcolm X as he addresses a non-Muslim audience.
Who is his enemy? He'll say the Belgians. Ask the man in Kenya who is his enemy. He'll say the British. Ask the man in Morocco who is his enemy. He'll say the French. But the one thing that the French and the British and the Belgians all have in common, they're all from Europe. Is that right or wrong? How could so few white people rule so many black people? This is the thing you should want to know. How could so few? The white man today will tell you that thousands of years ago, the black man in Africa was living in palaces. The black man in Africa was wearing silk. The black man in Africa was cooking and seasoning his food. The black man in Africa had mastered the arts and the sciences. He knew the course of the stars in the universe before the man up in Europe knew that the earth wasn't flat. Is that right or wrong? Then if the black man in Africa had reached such a high state of civilization so long ago, at a time when the people of Europe were crawling on their all fours, what happened to make these people or enable these people to come out of the cave and come down into our civilization and take it over and hitch us to the plow? What happened? How did they do it? These are the things you should want to find out before you say hooray, hooray, hooray. Is that right or wrong?
As it happens, modern science has given us a vast fund of new and reliable knowledge which shows that the black peoples do indeed have a history of their own, as rich and strange, as long and sometimes surprising as any major branch of the human family.
The arid wilderness of the Great Sahara, 3,000 miles to the north, could hardly be in greater contrast. Yet here, in the 1950s, even more surprising evidence was found of early African history. Today, the place belongs to the creatures of the desert, lizards, scorpions, and snakes that can survive the searing temperatures of this thirsty land, one of the driest and most desolate regions on Earth. Water is the rarest and most precious commodity. Yet even here it must once have flowed in abundance. The revelation of these rock paintings in the Tassili Mountains of the Algerian Sahara just 30 years ago astonished the world. Whole communities of people who were obviously African in origin had created marvelous galleries of ancient art depicting most vividly the life of the Green Sahara as it must once have been. First we see hunting folk and the animals they lived among. The clearest proof that this region of the Sahara long ago teemed with wild game. The earliest paintings may be 7,000 or 8,000 years old. But not all the people who inhabited this huge region were nomadic hunters. This horse, complete with saddle and bridle, points to the development of transport systems and traders. And this ox-drawn plough to the planting and growing of crops. Whether for war or sport, elaborate chariots came into use, while the clothing of these people bears a striking resemblance to the tunics of ancient Egypt. The evidence of these paintings suggests a continuous community of peoples living right across the Sahara, from the Atlantic to the valley of the Nile. Abandoning their increasingly arid pastures, more and more people from the Sahara had to join their forerunners and follow the trails in search of a secure supply of water. Some headed for the tropical rainforests which lay to the south and west. Others moved east towards the valley of the River Nile. Fed by Africa's greatest lake, the Nile runs north for over 4,000 miles before reaching its outflow in the Mediterranean Sea. It's the longest river on Earth, and no river anywhere pushes on so relentlessly through mile after mile of vast and rainless desert regions after it's been joined by the Blue Nile tumbling down from the mountain plateau of Ethiopia. But the Nile is more than a great river. It's a whole library of the history we're looking for. From the earliest times of human settlement along the river, some 10,000 years ago, the Nile was the giver of life to ancient communities who came to its banks and farmed on fertile soil that was enriched unfailingly, year by year, by the flood of silt. Those early people were among the ancestors of the Egyptians and the Sudanese of today. Others may have come from the Middle East. But the archaeological evidence combines to show that the main lines of incoming migration were from the southwest and the west. In other words, from the African communities of the Sahara.
Many of you here tonight are in Masonic orders, and I don't want you to fret, because it's a hell of an order that you're in when you know the truth and can't tell it to somebody unless they give you the right sign. Every black man that you meet shows a distress sign. He's in distress and he's crying out for light. And if you have the light, why would you leave your brother in darkness? Because you've committed yourself to an oath not to tell the truth. You're not a follower of Jesus Christ. You are a follower of Satan. Look, beloved, this Bible is talking about us and America from the beginning all the way to Revelation. All your secret orders, all your fraternities, your Greek letter fraternities are talking about the black man's history. But they do it in a symbolic way where you don't understand. What do you mean riding the goat? Who is the goat and who's the rider? What do you mean you're in the blue lodge? What is the blue lodge? Why is it blue? How come you made a map there 3 degrees? Talk back to me. You can't talk back because your mouth is sealed, because you don't know the answer, because you're limited in degrees. They give you 33 degrees of a circle. Where's the other degrees? Since a circle contains 360 degrees and you're not standing up straight until you're at a 90-degree angle, how in the world could you be upright at 33 degrees? You've been tricked. You've been had. You've been deceived. Thinking you got wisdom and all you got is oleomargarine. Is it butter? Or is it margarine? No, it's butter. No, it's margarine. No, it's butter. White folks have a way of making the artificial thing look real. And he has given you artificial wisdom, artificial religion, artificial God, artificial Jesus, and you walking around wondering why you can't do in 1983 what Jesus did when he walked. It's because you don't have the real doctrine of Jesus. You got an artificial message by some artificial hypocrite. But beloved, you are the man of the book. Who are you, black man? Why is it that you are feared? If 2 or 3 of you get together and start talking, they think you're conspiring against them. They send Tom in. Listen to him, good Tom, and tell us what they're saying, Tom. And Tom said, yes, sir, I'm on my way. What are they afraid of? Why must they keep you in fear? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that when our fathers came into this country, they tell us that we didn't have nothing in Africa. That we were from the jungle. Couldn't speak, didn't have no language. We were just saying Ugaboo or something. Well, what did they want us for? If we never built nothing over there, and they needed somebody to build America for them, why would they go get somebody that never built nothing? They didn't need somebody that couldn't build. They needed a master builder to help them build this country. Did you hear me? Your Bible tells you, if you go on and look in the book of Daniel, it tells you that the king of Babylon brought into Babylon certain very learned Hebrews. Is that right? And the language of the Chaldeans. Is that right? That king of Babylon changed their name. He changed their learning. And he changed the kind of meat that they used to eat. Is that right? Their name was Hananiah, Azariah, Daniel. Right? How did he change their name? He called them Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You there hooping and hollering over Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery furnace, and don't see that's you, who were brought out of Africa with an African name, speaking an African language, with your African learning. Don't tell me you didn't know nothing, because you taught the Greeks, and the Greeks never called you nigger, because your father, when they built the pyramids, the Greek scholars sat at the foot of black scholars in Egypt. Egypt was not white, Egypt is black, brother. Napoleon Bonaparte, when he came down into Egypt, he saw that mighty statue. You call it the Sphinx, but in Arabic they called it Abu el-Hawl, which means the father of everything. There was the body of a lion with the face of a black man on it. The nose was broad like your nose. And Napoleon was so upset to come into Egypt and get out in the desert and not know how this man could build a pyramid in the desert, how he put the stones so perfectly, so mathematically, so scientifically, so astronomically together. He wonders about it. He wonders how it got there. He wonders how it got built, but he knows who built it. So Napoleon trained the cannon of his gun on the nose of the Sphinx to disfigure the face so that you might not identify that you are that father. Black man, who built the South? Who was the artisan and the craftsman that built the mansions? Come on and talk to me. Who put the fence up? Who were the iron workers? Who taught Miss Ann how to sew and who sewed her clothes? Who cooked Miss Ann's food? If you was in the jungle and didn't know nothing, how did you learn all of a sudden to outcook the white mistress who came out of Europe and the fine places in Europe?
According to Nahum chapter 3 and verse 9, he says that the people from Ethiopia and Egypt had a power that was boundless, limitless, without limit. And that was written in 714 BC, right around the same time that Isaiah 18 was written. So what we're dealing with here is that we're dealing with a group of people, black people from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that were basically presidents of the planet, if you will. People who were in world domination. 3/5 of human beings, if you will, viewed as animals, viewed as tools to build the dreams of the Europeans. Of people with clear aphoid features, nose, the profile, and it was just incontrovertible. The facts, the reality that black people had designed this civilization. On the other hand, we have the tremendous civilization that black people had created.
There was a definite crisis of the conscience, because there were white brothers really intensely fighting this thing called slavery, and they were pushing for the liberation of the black man, condemning the trade itself, and freeing slaves in America, and they were torn. And so you can see where the impetus and the need to formulate rationalizations for this developed.
What to do? What are the anthropologists and archaeologists going to do in dealing with this information? And that is what I believe, what sponsored, maybe consciously in some cases, unconsciously in other cases, what we could call the cover-up. The cover-up of the accomplishments of black people. Chancellor Williams wrote a book called The Destruction of Black Civilization. And in this book he outlines 7 points as to why he feels that there was a cover-up.
Ignore. Just refuse to publish any facts of African history that don't go along with our racial theories.
We need to create a religious and a scientific doctrine so that African slavery won't appear that bad after all.
What we need to do is flood the world with new African histories that contain our European perspectives only.
Start renaming people and places. Replace African names with Arabic and European names. This will disguise their true black identity.
Let's change the criteria for defining race. For example, 1 drop of Negro blood in America makes you a Negro, no matter how light the skin.
Yes, and when reporting ancient African history, reverse the standard. No matter how dark the skin, woolly the hair, or thick the lips, you don't have to be a Negro.
When black contribution to civilization is too obvious, let's find a way to attribute it to outside white influences.
When all the ancient historians contradict your theory, we'll just discredit them.
Chancellor Williams was a scholar, and we feel that his observations have a lot of merit to them. But there are his personal observations. Talk about the rewriting of history. We have to set that in the context that we're talking about during the 1800s is when this started. We're not really talking about contemporary scholars primarily on dealing with this subject. You could not go from Egypt being a Negro civilization to being a white civilization without rewriting it.
The first thing we're going to deal with is because we have a lot of scholars out here that don't want to deal with Atlantis. Well, number one, Atlantis did exist. It predates Kemet, but now we'll understand now that this was all one landmass at one time. And not only was it one landmass, we also understand that Egypt was one of the capitals of Atlantis. Now we have proofs coming from Nexus Magazine, May 1994, where they have temples, a temple of Anubis or Anpu in the South Pacific that actually deals with this particular. Here's a picture of Anpu on the wall, if you can focus in on that. There's a picture of Anpu or Anubis on the walls in a temple in the South Pacific, and it's saying in actuality that this Kemite mythology, they have carbon dated this, and it dates all the way back to Atlantis and Lemuria, which can go thousands and thousands of years. And we're going to deal with also unwritten history today with these particular monuments also too. So these are documents and all based on Atlantis with different hieroglyphic inscriptions and different things and all, and different hieroglyphic inscriptions on this particular article that the white boy is also dealing with. And it also deals with DNA, which is also melanin. You need to get some books too. We always give you references, and some of the best references for that is Atlantis and Lemuria by Rudolf Steiner, as well as for Atlantis. Then you have Lemuria. You would also have The Children of Mu, The Cosmic Forces of Mu, and The Land of Mu, or Mu by James Churchward. Not Albert Churchward, but James Churchward. So this is some actual documents now that we have documents of Atlantis, as well as a lot of documents are also left in what you would call India, because that was all Indus Kush at that particular time. And so what it is there's nothing new under the sun, as well as only that which has been forgotten. You understand? Now we understand that also in the bottom of the British Museum, as well as the University of Chicago, they have documents on Atlantis, which Kemet went all the way back to Atlantis. We even know now that Osiris was a god of Lemuria. And when we deal with the Sphinx that's over 2 million years old, we'll go into some deeper mysteries also too.
There is in the Bible and the Quran something that I want to share with you tonight. You say, but the white man made us a slave. I say, but God is responsible. But the white man lynched us. I said, but God is responsible. You said, but the evil that this white man poured on us for 6,000 years. I said, but God is responsible. Now, if you don't have the courage to look at God, then how can you grow into the wisdom of God? If you don't have the courage to say, well, I know this is a creature. He ain't creator. And this creature is raising hell on the earth, and we are suffering because of this hell from this creature. So we have a tendency to look at the creature. Let's look past the creature to the Creator. And well, God, why you bring this into our life? I mean, is there something wrong with you, God? Have we done something to displease you? I mean, we catching it. We know that the white man been doing this a long time, God. And evidently, you must approve it because you keep him in power to keep raising hell. I want to know, God, what's wrong with you? Or is this part of some plan or something that I don't know nothing about? Maybe you can break me in on it. Give me some understanding. Then maybe I can accept this evil and say, God, I'm yours. And whatever you bring, you are my patron. And to you is my eventual return. And maybe I can see past this evil into something ultimately good. Now that that fact, I hope, is established, move on to point number 2. Point number 2 is this. On October the 7th, you heard me say that this universe is created, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has taught us, in 6 periods of time. So the universe and we in the universe are under the number 6. God made man, right? Made the heavens and earth according to the Bible, 6 days. So the Bible and the Quran in this sense agree, but it's not a 24-hour day. These days represent billions and trillions of years. Now, this number 6 means dissatisfaction, imperfection, and incompletion. Anything that is incomplete, you cannot be satisfied with. Yet, Allah says in the first verse of the Quran, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Praise belongs to God, the originator of a creation and the nurturer of that creation, making it attain stage after stage until it reaches its eventual perfection. So God's will then is that all things be perfect. The New Testament says it like this, Jesus speaking, "Be ye perfect even as I am." So God wants perfection. Now then, he puts you in a process. Listen. That process that brings about perfection is not ease. Come on now. The process that brings about perfection is a process of growing more and more into a deeper and deeper knowledge of self. For he who knows self knows God. He who knows God knows self. So a perfect knowledge of self is the prerequisite to becoming a perfect human being. When you and I are made perfect, then from our minds a perfect world can emerge. But if God wants a perfect world, and he said there will be a new heaven and a new earth, he has to make a perfect man, and from that perfect man will come a perfect world, a new heaven and a new earth for man. With the power and the wisdom of God can create and originate and reproduce creation. Yeah, you got a lot of juice, you got a lot of power, but there's something wrong with all of us. Now, I want to point something out to all the students of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad based upon his teaching, which is exceedingly profound. I want to help us to understand this. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said to us that, of course, black people are the original people of the earth. I don't think any wise scholar today will argue with him. That was not given to us for racist purposes. It was given to tell you and me that we are the base and the origin of life in the universe. That's wonderful to know, that all human beings have their origin in you, and you have your origin in God, but still you need to be perfected.
There's no doubt in my mind at all that the original ethnic appearance of the Egyptians, or what we call the Egyptians, the original Egyptians, were black Africans. You don't have to have statues. I mean, all you have to do is go in the south. If you go in the Nubian area, the Egyptians are black. I mean, they're black Africans. And when you definitely go in the Sahara and you go in the oasis, the majority of people are black. They're descendants from these original prehistoric people. There is no doubt at all. There are pictures of these black African Egyptians in Kyprogenesis. I mean, it's very, very obvious. However, we're talking about the early stages when these people came and settled in the Nile, when these black African people came and settled in the Nile. Now, what happened 1,000 years later? Yes, of course, there was a migration from the Levant, there was migration from the Mediterranean, and the race began to mix. And this is why you have a very varied people in Egypt. You can range from almost Caucasian, which comes from the mixture of Turkish and Syrian and European, to the dark black African. I mean, there are black Africans who are blacker than black Africans in Egypt. I mean, wonderful people. The Nubians are extraordinary people. Their features are so obviously sub-Saharan. So, to me, there is no doubt. But of course, it depends. If you're talking about the Middle Kingdom, then it's not surprising that you find all this mixture of ethnic groups, because they had intermingled by then. It's a bit like the United States, I mean, there was originally the American Indian, but now you have a hodgepodge of races. What's happened over the last 300 years is this mixture, and that's only 300 years. So if you look at Egypt 3,000 years, it's not surprising at all that there is that variety. But the origin, like in America, was black African, there's no doubt. And it's so obvious. I mean, Egypt buttresses against Africa. Its southern frontiers are in Africa. Egypt is an African country. We have a tendency to call it the Middle East, but Egypt is in Africa. It's in North Africa, but it's in Africa. And the Nile is fed from Central Africa. We know that the pharaohs, even in later times, traveled deep into Central Africa. So I think the puzzle is clear, and there is no doubt at all in my mind, and there is no doubt at all in the minds of many anthropologists. It's becoming very kosher now to discuss this almost as a matter of fact.
In other words, most of the human beings on this planet are not local. There's a single blue-eyed ancestor that all human beings can be traced back to. The white person did not exist on Earth prior to about 10, 11,000 years ago because of this exchange with higher species in the time of Atlantis. That's when we started to have the first interbreeding occurring that led to blue-eyed, white-skinned people. The only people that actually seem to have been generated by the Earth's own evolution is black people. Those are the only racial types that we have on Earth that you don't see in people that come from other planets, and that makes them very special. We are very, very unique in the sense of the sheer amount of racial diversity on this planet. And this is from multiple witness testimonies and from various other sources I've used, including the Law of One material. What happened is that...
It is fascinating when you think about it, David.
Yeah, I mean, the average
You've got a planet here with different races of human beings scattered all over the planet.
Right. And if you look at our own evolutionary record and what we've gotten from anthropology, there's 5 different major seeds of human civilization that all basically occurred at the same time, independent of each other, where these people look different and they have different basic biological characteristics, and there's no real genetic linkage that ties them together of having the same species or the same racial distinction before. It's like there's 5 different groups that all showed up at once.
Science will say that environment and climate is what did this over, thousands and thousands of years. Do you accept that at all? I guess not.
You can't explain why climate, for example, would lead to the physiological differences such that Asian people have very different looking upper eyelids, and the whole structure of the skull is different in shape. And you have African people that have much larger noses, much larger lips. The conventional explanation is that White people's noses are taller because it's cold weather and they cool the air down on the way in. Black people's noses are flatter because the air is hotter and they don't need to cool it down. That's very, very hypothetical. There's no real science to back that up. It's just a supposition.
We now know, and I say when we, I'm talking about anthropologists, paleoanthropologists, and everybody involved in the study of human history, that the origins of modern man is in Central Africa, probably Central East Africa, sometime around 200,000 years ago. We know this because genetic studies that have been done over the last 20 years have confirmed this without any doubt. It's called mtDNA, the tracing of the female gene back. And we know that there's a point in time, sometime around 200,000 years ago, when primitive man, Homo erectus, a woman, we call her now the African Eve, gave birth to the first modern human. This is a fact now. How and why it happened, we don't know, but this happened. And whether it was a man or a woman, we don't know. But the first modern human was born in Central Africa 200,000 years ago. And what happened since was that around 60,000 years ago, a group of these modern humans left and started moving around. Many of them stayed in Africa, of course, and this is the African population we have today. But a group started migrating towards the Nile, across the Levant, into Europe, and eventually populated the world. Every single human being that is alive today, on every continent, comes from this source. To put it in a very simple terms, and it may come as a kind of perhaps strange terminology, but we are all black Africans turned white. That's the truth. Anyway, the point is that it seems that one group, and this is the group we're interested in, rather than move northwards into the Levant, moved southwest and settled in what today we know as the Chad Inesti region. It's a mountainous region. We know that because there's a lot of prehistoric evidence there. And it seems that it is these people who eventually came down into the Sub-Sahara, stayed in the Sub-Sahara for a long time. Now what is interesting, what happened there was that the climate changed. The Sahara was very fertile in prehistoric times. There was the monsoons that still occur in Central Africa used to reach that part of the what is now the dry Sahara, and would cause the creation of temporary lakes. There was beautiful pastoral fields, very fertile, and these people lived in a very, very habitable conditions. But the weather changed, the climatic conditions changed, and there was a rather abrupt change around 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago perhaps. And the Sahara became drier and drier. Now what the effect it had on the people that lived for so many years in very, very wonderful conditions, with fauna all around them, with lakes, began to be more difficult. And they were forced to move long distances. It changed the history, it changed the geography, but it changed something else, which I think is not something Zahi wants to change. Is that Zahi is very much against the notion that the pharaohs originated in Black Africa. He's very, very anti-Black Africa. So, but he can huff and puff. I mean, the evidence is coming out, and it's now published.
When Alexander entered Egypt, he wrote home to his mother and said that he at last reached the land where the Greek gods began, Apollo and Zeus. And he wanted to consult one of the great African teachers of oracles. And the oracle asked, how old is this man? He said, 32. They said, in 20 years, maybe he'll be wise enough to ask me a question that I care to answer.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, and history bears him witness, that they had to take away from us our learning, our language, our tongue, so that we could never communicate with our own people. Right. We could never read books written by our own scholars. So that our culture could be transmitted to us. They separated the parents from the children. Put the children off somewhere and the parents off somewhere else. And the parents used to try to pray to get the word over to the children. Some of the parents, the early slaves, were called Muslims. They believed in Allah, the one God. And you could hear them in the Arabic language saying, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, meaning God is the greatest. But when the slave master saw that one of the children knew the name of God, he would kill that child. So the song is born. I couldn't hear nobody pray. Couldn't transmit the name of God to the children. When we were in the Caribbean and in Africa, we learned to talk with the drum. What did that mean? White folks didn't realize that the talking drum was sending messages about the slave revolt. So they had successful revolts in the Caribbean. They overthrew the slave master in the Caribbean. But when we landed in America, it was forbidden for any black man in America to learn the drum or to play the drum. So the black man in America, as ingenious as our fathers were, they had to pass the message on in song. So they put it in the spiritual. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. And what were they saying? I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. Look how wise they were. A band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. What were they saying? Don't worry, children. Don't worry about our suffering. There's a chariot coming one of these days, and it's got to swing down low because we've been dropped low down in the world. That's why the scripture said Jesus had to go down into hell because he had to retrieve something there. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming to carry me home. Why? Because this ain't my home. I'm a stranger in a strange land. I'm under the wicked king of Babylon, and he's defiling my vessel, my gold and silver vessel, with wine and strong drink. I belong in the temple of my God. Look at the scripture. Deep river, my home is over Jordan. Don't you want to go to that promised land? Not promised sky, promised land. Even your father was trying to tell you the value of the land. You here in Mississippi, on the land, selling the land, throwing the land away, and your people are telling you that the land is promised to you. But they were wise. God bless those parents of ours. And every now and then a great one would come up among us to share with us light and truth. But the slave master had already put fear in us when we were little babies. Not fear of God, but fear of them.
"5,000 years ago, this homeland had already become the scene of a civilization in many ways unmatched anywhere else in the ancient world. This is where we have to begin, in the Egypt of the pharaohs, in the African land that was the gift of the god of the Nile. It's easy enough to believe, within these corridors built to a gigantic scale and yet wonderfully proportioned, that you've entered a world sprung complete from the lap of the gods.
Egypt of the pharaohs was the greatest and the oldest and the most inventive of all the high civilizations of antiquity. And it flourished for 3,000 years. It set a pattern, an example for peoples near and far. But where were its roots, its origins, its starting point? Most of us have believed or have been taught that the glories of the pharaohs could never have been created by African people or African ideas because, it's been said, Africans could never have built a high civilization.
Here reigned for dynasty after dynasty the kings who wore the double crown, the combined crown of Upper Egypt and of the Delta. But what had they to do with Africa? How could this grand hierarchy of gods and spirits have anything in common with the superstitious mumblings of the black peoples of inner Africa? Wandering among the treasures of the Cairo Museum, it's easy to think of the Egypt of the pharaohs as a civilization complete within itself, owing little or nothing to outside influences from whatever source, entirely its own creation. And I imagine that most visitors conclude as they listen to their guides that a statue such as this of the young king Tutankhamun may have turned very black in the course of centuries, but could not have been a black man in the first place. It's a view which is now increasingly under challenge, not least from African historians and archaeologists. One of the more outspoken of these is Professor Cheikh Anta Diop of Senegal, who has made a special study of the origins of the people of ancient Egypt.
Contemporains des Égyptiens et même des philosophes du 19e siècle. Voici, dans le tombeau de Ramsès III, au XIIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ, les 4 races connues des Égyptiens représentées sur le même plan. Ici, vous avez l'Égyptien, le type générique de la race, en noir charbon, si je puis dire, avec toutes ses particularités ethniques. Et sur le même tableau, vous avez le type indo-européen représenté également, avec toutes ses différences par rapport au type égyptien, du point de vue de la couleur de la peau et du point de vue du vêtement. Et ici, vous avez les autres Africains qui habitaient à l'époque l'intérieur du continent représentés de la même façon que les Égyptiens.
That particular painting, however, is a rare exception, the only one, as far as I know, that so clearly makes the professor's point. For the most part, the ancient Egyptians had themselves portrayed as reddish pink, but of course they intermarried with Asians, and even more with other Africans. Many of their noble ladies were Nubians and lovingly portrayed as such. This painting comes from the tomb of Hemaka, clearly a black lady, with a handmaiden behind her, just as surely white. It followed that the royal children were often black as well, as was King Senusret, seen here wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt. Or this pharaoh, of unknown name, but obviously of high prestige in his time, and just as clearly African. Elephantine Island in the Nile marked the border between Egypt and Nubia, and was a place of great sanctity in ancient times. The Greeks knew Egypt well, and firmly believed that the original Egyptians were black people, who had come from the south to settle the land of the Nile. But Herodotus himself got no further than this. He was prevented by the first cataract from traveling further south. And so he never saw the huge temple which Ramesses II chose to build here at Abu Simbel, further south into inner Africa than any other great monument built by the pharaohs to celebrate their power. A few years ago, with immense ingenuity, the entire structure was lifted to a new site, above the artificial lake which has drowned all the sites of the most ancient kingdoms that flourished here in Nubia, even before the first of the pharaohs. But why should he have built this great temple so far to the south? Perhaps because his queen, Nefertari, was herself a Nubian. And also because these were the people of the south, whom he wanted to impress with evidence of the prisoners he'd taken in faraway Syria and Asia Minor. Even mighty temples like this one have to be seen against the background origins of ancient Egyptian civilization. And those origins, in the light of modern science, were above all African. No matter what ideas or customs the pharaohs may have found in the Asian lands they conquered, Egypt's beginnings were in the south, in this inner Africa, which the ancient Egyptians called the land of the gods, of the African gods whom they revered as their guardian spirits. The time came when Egyptian conquests ended. 400 years later, it was the turn of the kings of the south of Nubia, who now marched north to subdue the power of Egypt itself. And here is the most famous of those mighty kings of the south,
recognized by the peoples of that time, the 7th century BC, as among the masters of the world. This one, as it happens, received a favorable mention in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, as the emperor of Kush and of all Egypt, whose name was Taharka.
They know that civilization originated with us. They know that they are the latter part of that. For some reason, they feel that the only way they can rule is to keep the initiators of civilization down. is some sick, demented way of thinking. It's a fear, xenophobia. This particular fear, we got to coin a new term for it. It's not the fear of a... Xenophobia is the fear of a person that's unlike you. Different cultures or what have you. We got to coin a new phrase that has to be into the lexicon. And that is a word that will say, you fear a person that you deem is greater than you.
That is correct.
And that's the difference here.
Yeah.
They fear us, and they say that we are the enemies not because we are different. We are the enemies because we are the initiators of civilization, and we gave them all that they have. You see, if you build a TV, you build an airplane, you build anything, the blueprints on what you might later day come to build these things, you got the technology from earlier people. Now you might expound upon it to the point where you it's useful to the time you're living in, but nevertheless you were not the authors of the blueprint. You were not the master builder. We are the master builders. So you have a fear of our greatness.
Yes.
And because you fear our greatness, you say we always have to be an enemy because they figure our rise is their fall.
Correct.
You see. So they feel that they can be around as long as they want to, as long as we don't rise. And what they don't realize, here it goes again. They are thinking that we're going to do to them like they do to us, because they think that humans think like them. No. You see what I'm saying? Your mother and your father, just like our mothers and fathers, would not treat us the same way as a child would treat somebody. You see. And basically, they're incapable of love. Now, I'm not talking about a sensation, because that word is thrown around a lot. You see, I'm not talking about the way somebody make you feel, and you basically react based on this person is giving you a chemical reaction and make you feel a certain way. No, we're talking about reacting based on the way you feel about somebody. It's different. See, if you only reply to me based on the way I make you feel, you see what I'm saying? That's selfish. And it's selfish because you don't know how to feel about somebody, even in fact that they never made you feel a certain way. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so it's the same, so it's this thing, it's this fear that they feel that the society that they're going to be in has to be based on keeping the architects down. Number one, you got to keep them down because you stole every damn thing from them. Just for that to come out, you see what I'm saying, would make you feel inferior. Now, we're thinking like them. We wouldn't think that you're inferior if you inherited a civilization that we put together, but you think that you're inferior. You see what I'm saying? If you told the people, no, they're the architects of this thing. So it's some psychological sick and twisted stuff. You see what I'm saying? But nevertheless, what we have a problem with is understanding people's thoughts, people's mentalities, people's temperament. You see what I'm saying? And we as black people get caught up in that because we think that they think like us.
Yeah.
You see. But all this had to be, all this stuff had to be in the particular aspect because, let me give you said, well, why did this have to be this way? Well, look, let's just take the Moors. Because some people say, well, we might have had another history if the Moors didn't go into Spain and go into Europe and educate them. Well, let's look at it this way. If we knew we were going into a state of dormancy, going to sleep, civilization was going to go out of our hands, based on just age, based on, like Dr. Ben said, time just ran out.
Seasons.
Seasons. If we knew this, wouldn't you rather, and you knew a younger, savage people going to take over, wouldn't you try to want to educate them? So whenever you start to wake up out of your dormancy, you would have some sense of education and some sense of civilization. It's not the perfect. It's only a shadow of what we did. But can you imagine what would happen if you didn't educate him at all?
Oh, yeah.
And you came out of your dormancy and he's taking over the world. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In barbarism.
Mm-hmm.
So we knew if we didn't educate them,
Mm-hmm.
you see, then when we did start to wake up, we wouldn't even have a pseudo-education. We wouldn't have anything.
Mm-hmm.
If we just get back a part of what we gave them, there's things in us that we can preserve. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And be at a better position.
Yep.
We can look at the white man and say he came from the caves and preserved some stuff from us and started ruling. We got to have something. So we were advanced enough to see the future, knew that we had to do certain things. You see. Because if we didn't give these children this, when we did wake up from out of our dormancy, we wouldn't have nothing. Look how bad it is when we woke up.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if he didn't get shit? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You see. So, our pyramids, from the pyramids, or from the pharaohs to Negroes, you understand?
Yeah.
In so many words, it's not necessarily a tragedy as it is a process. Now, going back to a timeline, if you rule for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, for thousands of years,
Mm-hmm.
what transpired in the last 2,000 years is a recess. Because you got to understand something now. They said that the European would only rule for a short period of time. You see, we look at civilizations, America is falling off the hinges, right at a little over 200 years. You see, so we understand that, you know, this stuff it doesn't last forever. It's going to spin itself out. You see. So it's going to spin itself out. But then again, on the other hand, it's a recess compared to how long we rule.
Yes.
You see. On that particular level, you see. And, you know, and not unless somebody wipes you out on a genocide level like the Tasmanians or the Aborigines, you still endure. Now, it might be at a certain level, but nevertheless, nothing is ever really destroyed. You see?
Sure.
We gave him a version of pharaonic society. To this day, we can look at certain things and say that came out of Egypt. You see? That came out of Egypt. So we look at things like that. So here goes again. From the pyramids to the projects.
From pyramid to Negro.
Is a process more than it is and a recess. more than it is a failure. You see, we got texts. Even the Bible says the Son of Man will rise in the west.
Yes.
The Book of the Dead, one of the names for Osiris is Osiris Winnefer. And Osiris Winnefer means the great westerner. Amenta, the land of Amen, is in the west. The sun sets in the west.
Mm-hmm.
You see. So all this is a process for us to be in the west. Now, we go into one other part about this thing, how this transpires to us. Now, on the genetic level. On the genetic level. They say, out of Egypt I will call my son. Or out of Africa I will call my son.
Mm-hmm.
You had these Africans, some people call them tribes, some people call them nations, but they were scattered. They had broken apart, and they were nations. So in order to make it a covenant, make it whole again, you got to extrapolate an African body out to another land. And then you have to come in and extrapolate several different African tribes, African cultures out. And then you have to genetically mix them back together to make the whole African. You see. Let me give you an example. So they say that they talked about it two ways. They say that they used to take these large bodies of Africans and put them in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. And then those Africans threw off the oppressors called the Maroon Societies, and they had these revolts. So they decided, look, we're going to take them to America and break them into small lots. But it won't be one nation that can take over. It'll be different African tribes from all over Africa. And we'll break them into small lots and intermarry them or intermingle them. And so as a result, the Westerner that they're talking about, or especially the African American, represents the putting back together of all the African tribes through the DNA. Because the African in this country has all of the different African tribes in its DNA. In its DNA. You know, in its DNA. Okay. You see. Put back together. Even the Schomburg in 2000, they said, well, you know, our story is a very unique story. Because our story as far as African Americans is not only where did we come out of Africa, but they intermix all different nations of Africa together in the DNA. Mm-hmm. You see? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they didn't have the big lots of African that could come together and overthrow people based on big unity. So they broke them up into smaller pieces in America. And as a result, you got a new creation of the original. You got a new creation of the original. You see, so in so many words, the coming of the African to the West is actually the coming together of a new being that would be an even greater creation. Because it has all the elements of all the different Africans, and including all the different races in the world in it.
That's true.
You see. And that's that's putting back the body of Osiris. It's cut up into several pieces. But he'll be put back in the west. You see. Putting back the body of Osiris. So we saw all of this coming. We knew it was going to happen thousands of years before it happened. And we worked through hell, you see what I'm saying, to get a product together that we're really not even, we don't even know the power we hold now. That's right. Just by going through slavery. You see. We got texts coming from the Library of Alexandria of a group of people. They said a group of, we'll say Phoenicians. See, in that way, because if we put it back on the continent, we'll say group of Africans. And they said they took the group of Africans and put them together in a boat. But they were the greatest heroes. It's in the text, Jason of the Argonauts. He took the great heroes, they say from around Greece, but actually from around Phoenicia. Or we could say Greek because that was black culture too. And they put the greatest ones in one boat to sail to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. And the golden fleece, in so many words, is the earlier version of what you would call the Christ now. So in order to make this Christ, they took the best of us, put him in a boat, sailed to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. You see, well, that's what happened with us. The best of us came united in the West, put back together after a separation of Osiris. You see, and the thing about it here is we just don't know what happened because we're still looking at the victim side of it. History shows you tragedy, yes. But there's a silver lining to what actually happened. It's a process. You see. And as a result, we can tell you right now, who had the resurgence? Because they talk about in the last days, in the Gospel of Thomas, which was one of the books they took out of the Bible from the Conference of Nicaea. They say in the last days, all things that were hidden will come to manifest, and knowledge will be quickened. In the last 20 years, who was the ones that brought this knowledge back? Although we had several Africans and several people from the Caribbean and stuff, but as far as the knowledge being presented, it is an American phenomenon. You see. Because Africa, you know, you got places they don't even have access to books. Even in the Caribbean, they got places they don't even have access to the libraries like this. So this phenomenon that we call the Afrocentric movement or the Black Consciousness movement, although it's made up of different people from the diaspora, the underpinning of it is an African-American phenomenon. So here again, just that alone lets you know, in all honesty, it shows the African being put back together in the West. It's a Western phenomenon. You see. So on one hand, you're looking at tragedy, you're not even noticing what just transpired within the last 20 years, 25 years. You see. Because everything has to start with ideas coming back together, otherwise you don't have nothing if you don't have knowledge. Know thyself. You see? And we know that phenomenon happened in the West. You see? So it's amazing.
Well, Nabta Playa gives us a variety of dates. We have been able to detect that people came to Nabta Playa about 9 to 10,000 years ago. Now that puts the presence of these people in that area at least 6,000 to 7,000 years before the pyramid builders. That's the kind of difference we're talking about, the time scale. We know that not only they settled in Nabta Playa perhaps around the 6th or 7th millennium BC, but that they stayed there for several thousand years. They suddenly disappear around 3,500 BC. And here is the interesting part, is that when they disappear, the pharaonic civilization emerges. And, it doesn't take a rocket engineer to realize that these people must have gone. The reason they disappeared is that the area became impossible to sustain life. The desert became super arid. There was no more rainfalls. The wells had dried up, and they were literally forced to move. And the logical place for them to go was towards the Nile. And therefore, it doesn't come as a surprise at all that the pharaonic civilization begins in the distant south, adjacent to Nabta Playa. We're not the only people saying this, by the way. I mean, most anthropologists today are of this conclusion. And Egyptologists are slowly coming around now to the very strong possibility that the pharaonic civilization owes its origins to this black African people that lived in the Sahara for thousands of years. And there is no doubt at all that they themselves, these prehistoric people, had come from Central Africa. So it's a huge, huge change in perception. There was a lot of belief. There's still a lot of resistance in Egyptology. I mean, that the Egyptian pharaonic civilization is a homegrown civilization, that it simply spurted out along the Nile Valley. Well, that's not the case. The truth is coming out very strongly now. I mean, the evidence is overwhelming, and every day there is more and more evidence that a prehistoric black African people
By 650 BC, the Nubian kings who had subdued Egypt were ready to withdraw to the south, to Napata, and then to a new capital in their kingdom of Kush, at Meroe. And there we must follow them if we are to understand the history of this inner Africa, which exercised so strong an early influence on ancient Egyptian civilization, and which later was to reflect that influence. The city of Meroe was situated 1,000 miles south of the old Egyptian frontier, far into inner Africa. I never come here without a sense of wonder, for right ahead in the midst of this pitiless desert, there stands one of Africa's great historical surprises. The remnants of a lost civilization, standing across the skyline, as though shipwrecked on the sands of time. These are the pyramid tombs of the kings and queens of Meroe, who reigned and were buried here through more than 6 centuries. Long ruined by tomb robbers and by time, the pyramids are being restored and even reconstructed. It's been assumed that all this was a mere provincial copy of that greater civilization. In fact, it was far more than a copy. The similarities are there, but other aspects of Meroitic culture are found nowhere else. Another intriguing question is the relationship between the ancient people of Meroe, kings, queens, and citizens, and the modern Nubians who live in this region today. We can still see their stylized portraits in stone, but what did they really look like? I asked Dr. Ali Osman of the University of Khartoum.
Oh, they look like me, of course. I am a Nubian. Very much the Nubians of today are the Nubians of yesterday. We got to understand that rather carefully, because the Nubian culture actually have not yet been very much explored. The Nubians from within. I mean, I, the Nubian, what I do and how I behave, wouldn't have changed that much from what the medieval Nubians have done. But the influence that were coming on us as Nubians, starting as early as, you could say, the Egyptian, and coming down to the Muslim and Arab influence, have been changing. That does not mean that the Nubians have changed.
But this identity has had to survive many foreign incursions and even conquests. At one time, Meroe fell before the invading armies of Aksum, another ancient kingdom high in the mountains of what is now Ethiopia. In more recent times, the Turks and the British have sent in their armies of occupation. Most lasting of all has been the influence of Islam. But through all these changes, the Nubians have done more than retain their identity. Just as they absorbed influences from elsewhere, so they too have had a deep cultural impact on their neighbors. They build now as they've always built, in all probability just as the people of Meroe built, with an old effort-saving rhythm, constructing mud walls to defy the scorching heat of the Nubian summer. Their beds are no different from those of their ancient ancestors, like this one in Khartoum Museum, with a pattern of headrest which is much the same here and right across Africa as those of 5,000 years ago.
وتجاكم ركلة كنت بنيتكم شوية لكن انت شالكون البيت قبل من تدرس يا اخوي عليه وانا ما عندي.
And the traditional clan marks cut into this Nubian's face can be seen, exactly reproduced on a stone relief which decorates one of the pyramids just a couple of miles away.
It's been said that Meroe was the Birmingham of ancient Africa. And that wasn't altogether a flight of fancy. For the people of Meroe had a very extensive iron-making industry. Just consider this enormous pile of industrial waste, of slag. It proves that among the major activities of the people of this flourishing city was to smelt iron. And here is a bit of the residue.
A few yards away stood the great temple of Ammon, Meroitic, although dedicated to a very Egyptian god. And somewhere in the sand, if I can find it, there's another remarkable fragment of inner African originality. Here it is, a stone inscribed with a fully operative script that was invented for the African language of Meroe in the 3rd or 2nd century BC. 23 signs for letters and a word divider. One of the earliest alphabetical ways of writing invented anywhere in the world, and still a puzzle for modern scholarship. In wealthy houses surrounding the temple were found some of the comforts and enjoyments of Meroitic life. The style of these pots is uniquely Nubian and repeated nowhere else in the Nile Valley. Half a day's journey from Meroe by modern transport, a little further into the sand and rock of the Butana Desert, there stands another complex of stone buildings, this time dedicated to the gods of Kush and not to the gods of Egypt. Nowadays, this place is called Musawarat. Strange hints remain among the ruins, like this old lion in the sand. But what were these buildings for? Perhaps the kings of ancient Kush strolled beneath these colonnades. Historians have offered this or that explanation.
The remarkable stone ramps which occur here, like this one, and that one over there, and another long one going over there.
These temple walls provide a surprising reminder of much greener times with abundant pastures for domestic grazing. All that has vanished. As the desert advanced from the Sahara, the civilization of Meroe disappeared. Today, away from the banks of the Nile, only nomads can survive. This well has never been known to run dry. The scene is exactly as it was when I first came here, some 30 years ago, and I doubt if it's changed very much in 1,000 years. Proud and self-sufficient, these people seem untouched by the modern world. It's rare to see a single mass-produced item among their belongings, or anything made of plastic. It's as if they share a determination to rely on nothing but themselves and their animals. Visiting Europeans have usually made the mistake of judging the degree of civilization among different peoples by the number of their possessions. The ancient traditions of these nomads reach back to the very beginnings of history. And should they still remember their ancient gods, those too are still here, not yet swallowed up by the encroaching sand. Here at Naga, there's an even more remarkable mixture of local and imported influences. King Natakamani triumphs over his prisoners in a very Egyptian style. The python, on the other hand, was an inner African religious symbol, regarded in many lands down to this day as a figure of spiritual power. And this representation of the lion god looks quite Indian with his 3 heads and 4 arms, but he too is uniquely Meroitic. The kingdom of Kush collapsed in the 4th century AD, but evidence has recently come to light that some of its people migrated across the plains of Kordofan towards the Nuba Hills. Less influenced by Islam than the Nubians along the Nile, the people of this region have become of considerable interest to historians because they may be closer in their way of life to the Nubians of old. As it happened, we chanced on a special day among these Nuba people, a bit like a cup final. This is Africa as it can still be found, away from tourists, motor cars and big cities, celebrating in its own fashion. A number of cultural links have been found to suggest that these people may well share a common heritage with distant ancestors who lived in the time of the kings and queens of Kush. Village teams, each wearing its own distinctive color, have gathered from a wide area to take part in one of the oldest of all sporting events, but also a passion among the Nuba, wrestling. So intricate are the rules governing not only the contest itself, but also exactly who may wrestle with whom on the basis of family relationships, that it's almost impossible for a visitor to follow all the moves. But for the historian, there's another close relationship between the Nuba wrestling of today and that of ancient times. Dating from around 2500 BC, these vivid paintings have been copied from an Egyptian tomb at Beni Hassan. Increasingly, it seems that these people can indeed trace their past back to civilizations in antiquity. And their ancient sport provides one more small piece of evidence of a continuous social tradition that's lasted for centuries. Yet these are the very people whom the 19th century explorer Samuel Baker described as human nature in its crudest state, not to be compared with the noble character of the dog. After the contest comes the celebration. Some of these Nuba girls may well be Muslim, but it's no part of their tradition to hide their faces behind veils. They have a pride and place within society, in line with the customs of old Nubia. and even of Meroe itself, whose rulers were often women. In another part of the Nuba Hills, just a few miles to the southeast, the teachings of Islam have made no headway at all. The people of these villages have quite consciously chosen to reject either Western or Islamic dress. Free spirits under an African sky, young girls dance as much for their own pleasure as for the spectators, breathing life into these astonishingly similar images of Nubian dancing girls, performing for the pharaohs 5,000 years ago. Famed for their grace and beauty, they had an honored place in the life of ancient Egypt. That the one should still be regarded as primitive and the other as part of the world's cultural heritage reflects on the ignorance and prejudice of the modern world, and not at all on them. On the day that I visited Meroe, a pyramid was being rebuilt, not with the aid of bulldozers and cranes, but by the traditional techniques used in their original construction. As each great shaft of masonry was hauled up the ramp and pushed into place, for me, the continuity of African history was brought directly alive. The Egypt of the pharaohs did not spring whole and complete from its own local genius. It owed much to inner Africa. In the years ahead, more evidence will surely come to light which will emphasize that it's to the whole of the Nile that we must look, and to lands lying far in the interior for the source and origin of these great civilizations that have flourished along its banks. The last of these pyramid tombs was completed around AD 340. Then came a time of change. Meroe disappeared, and after the middle of the 6th century, this old civilization underwent another transformation, and one that brings us closer to our own world. From the north, Christianity spread south into the lands of Nubia. This was once the far-famed monastery of St. Simeon, near Aswan. The faded frescoes on the chapel roof can only hint at its past magnificence.
Remember, when they attacked Africa, they did not attack Africa physically. They did not attack Africa educationally. They attacked Africa spiritually. Jomo Kenyatta said when the European first came to Africa, the Africans had the land and the white man had the Bible. White man told him to close his eyes, get on his knees and pray. Jomo said when the black man opened his eyes, the white man had the land and the black man had the Bible. We have bought into a story that we told them. They have twisted it. They got it twisted. We have now bought that story back.
What we call the African and the communities that that person lived in is where the concept of religion comes from. Europe never produced a religion, ever. Asia receives its religion from Africa. All of them. Buddhism, Hinduism, Shinto. As a matter of fact, to be more scholarly, starts with Hinduism. The first Hindu gods to come across were black Africans. And they came across, they were called Sambo, which is now a derogatory term used for blacks, mulattoes, etc. Sambo.
I said Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are merely fragments from the periphery of the African spiritual system that you call voodoo. People say, you can't even go there with that. I can go there with that. And I can take on any theologian that you got, bring them down, and I'll show you. Give me your 12 tribes. Give me your 12 disciples. Give me your 99 pearls of faith of Islam, and I'll show you those are nothing but sets of qualities and attributes, and I can juxtapose them in a perpendicular line besides the Orishas of the Yoruba, besides the Loas of the Voodoo, besides the Neters of Egypt, and show you we're talking about the same system.
Jesus is a name which did not come into existence in the English form until the 1600s. The letter J was not invented until the 1600s. Let me say this again. Now, the letter J was not invented until the 1600s. So the reality is Jesus is not the name of that person. His name is an Amharic name, Yeshua.
1482, Leonardo da Vinci was commissioned to paint a painting of Christ and the 12 disciples. This was 1482, 10 years before Columbus set sail, because that painting would be the greatest weapon used in colonialism, and still is right now, because many black people around the world still have that original Last Supper. And so when Leonardo was asked to paint that picture, he got his uncle to actually sit in, and this is an historic record. He got his uncle to sit in and pose as Christ, and he got 12 criminals from a local jail who happened to be available to sit in as the 12 disciples.
The only reason you call God by that name is because your former enslaver, your former oppressor, taught you that name. He never taught you the real name. He never gave you the keys to the power to free yourself spiritually, so that you are now spiritually or religiously still a slave.
The African population in North America is the third largest black population in the world in any geopolitical state. Why don't we have a single word out of one of our language for God that we use? The Arabs use their word for God. The Jews use their word for God. The Catholics use their word for God. The Japanese use their word for God. The African is the only population that don't have an African word for God. Yet, studies coming out of Geneva over the last 30 years prove that we are the most spiritual people in America, in the world, not just America. We worship with a greater propensity than any other people in the world, but we don't have a single word in our language for our divine.
The word Christ is a title. It's not a name. Christ means the anointed one. And there were many people before the birth of Jesus who also bore that title, Christ. There were 16 people who were known as Christ. So Jesus was the last of saviors of mankind, saviors of a group of people who were known as Christ.
When you talk about the image of Christ, it is important that we no longer ascribe to the European image of Christ. Why? Because the brain is an associating organism. It stores everything as pictures. And because it is associating, if you force feed an African child that Christ is white, because the brain associates, as that child begins to grow, the brain will associate white Christ with white people. And so if white Jesus is God, then white people must also be the gods of humanity. And so guess what? The power in the painting is transferred to the people who resemble that painting. And so it is difficult to pray to a white Jesus and not in some way feel inferior to white people. And that's why when I talk to Christian ministers, I often tell them you have to change these pictures. They say it don't matter. Of course it matters. Why do you think the European went around the world and systematically altered the image of Christ in every major cathedral, every major church, search every corner of the globe, because it is difficult to oppress a people whose image of the God doesn't look like the oppressor. But when God and the oppressor look one in the same, then the people will come to believe that the oppression was ordained by God.
What we find is that in this story that came out of Kemet, after
Melanin is a neurochemical that is produced in part through the pituitary and the pineal gland. They both play a central role in the production of melanin, which is ultimately responsible for the color that we have in our skin. Now, historically, it had always been thought that melanin played a significant role in the intellectual propensity of African people. For example, when you study some of the Greek writings on melanin or the color of Africans, many of the Greek philosophers believed that that melanin played some sort of a role in how Africans had been able to create and develop some of the sciences that they had come to be known for. So melanin was always considered an intellectual sort of a chemical.
The pineal gland, which produces melanin, it's shaped like a pine cone. And the origin of the word pineal literally means resembling a pine cone. Now, in ancient symbolisms, the pine cone has always been represented because people knew the importance of the pineal gland as it related to melanin and the universe.
Melanin is a molecule. And the concept of melanin is, it is black in its nature. And we find it in the cosmos, we find it in the heavens, we find it in water, we find it in land, we find it in everything that exists.
The sperm of the male and the egg of the woman, they're both layered with melanin, so that when the sperm penetrates the egg, there is a melanin explosion. And that melanin helps to formulate the fetus within that egg. And that fetus is literally coated with the melanin substance. And that melanin substance then goes on to form the brain and the central nervous system. So every human being begins with a melanin explosion.
Melanin is an intelligence. It's an intelligence because it is the dynamic, the primary dynamic in every part of the cell. It's a primary dynamic in the core of the human being as well as to the surface of the human being. Its intelligence is responsible for the forming of the nervous system. Every part of the nervous system has these little black dots all through it, which essentially carry information.
So melanin, from a physical standpoint, is that substance that accounts for what black people refer to as soul. We move differently, we walk differently, we talk differently, because we have access to a different form of energy than other folk.
Not only is melanin a pigment, which is so obvious, but melanin as an intelligence is a communications module that essentially broadcasts as well as receives information by way of light and sound frequency signatures.
Scholars and scientists have been having conferences about melanin, to my awareness, at least since the 1920s.
The pineal glands of most of our white brothers and sisters are calcified, and so they make less melanin. And that comes from the historical relationship to what we call the Permian Ice Age, that 10,000 years of glacial freezing that happened in Europe after the Africans who were the Grimaldi moved up there. And so it became the survival of the fittest. Who was able to adapt could survive. Who wasn't able to adapt died. So those people who were able to get rid of their melanin was able to survive. Those who could not get rid of the melanin, they died.
These scientists said that the pineal gland, they refer to the pineal gland as a vestigial organ. That is a calcified gland within the body that served no purpose, as if the creator would create something that you didn't need. And it was only after the Vietnam War, in the late 60s and early 70s, that they began to rewrite their interpretation of the pineal gland. The reason for that was that a large number of African Americans fought and died during the Vietnam War. And whenever a soldier dies, there's an autopsy that's performed before their body is sent back to Dover Air Force Base. And what they discovered, what these physicians discovered, is that when they performed the autopsies, the 75 to 80% of the African American soldiers had a large functioning pineal gland. The pineal gland is normally about the size of your thumb. So it was not a vestigial organ, in 70 to 80% of African Americans, but it is a calcified organ in 75 to 80% of people with European ancestry. So they begin to reevaluate the pineal gland. They begin to reevaluate melanin.
God wants man perfected. Man cannot be perfected unless he's tried under every circumstance and he is fully manifested. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to us that Bible and Quran, these books, are written in cycles of 25,000 years. Some of our holy scientists, the book of Revelations, call them the 24 elders. But these scientists, there are 23 of them that actually do the work of writing the history. And they don't write it like they go in a book and write down, this is the way it's going to be 5,000 years from now, 10,000 years. We're just making something up and we'll put some abracadabra on and say, let it be. No, these are scientists who can listen to the thinking of the people. They listen to your thinking. Then they multiply your thinking and show what your thinking will produce in actual events. And what these events will produce in men that will shape these events and men that will come out of these events to do this and this and this. And before you know it, they've written the history of the entire nation. One time I was with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and somebody asked him, well, how can they see that far? He said, do you see this pen? Can you see this pen? Yes, sir. How many pens do I have? One. Okay. Can you see two pens? No, sir. Come on now. This pen is what you can see. With your mind's eye, can you multiply this pen and see two? Yes, sir. Can you see three? Yes, sir. Can you see four? Yes, sir. All you had to do was start with one. Then all you do is keep multiplying and you can see as many as you wish to see. What makes you able to say to your boy, boy, if you keep that up, this is going to happen to you. You ain't no prophet. What were you using? Come on. Mathematics. You were multiplying his action and his thoughts. And you can see what those thoughts and those actions were going to lead to, and you can predict events that's going to take place on your little level. What do you think the holy wise scientists can do who can listen to populations think and know what their thoughts will produce and write the history that we call Bible or Quran for 25,000 years into the future? And when a portion of that book is to be revealed, one of the major scientists, either in a vision or a dream, or they come directly to the person or the prophet that is to correct the situation and give them a piece of the writing called scripture. These books are written in advance of what happened. And they're not written by people who don't see. These people who write Bible and Quran, they know what's going to happen. And you can't make them liars. They can see. And God has put original man on the path and in the process that will ultimately give him the most profound knowledge of himself. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad says 66 trillion years ago. That's a long time. One of our scientists, who was a god named Shabazz, he wanted to get all of the people of the then called moon to speak one dialect. He couldn't do it. He became frustrated. He decided to destroy the whole population of the planet. He drills a shaft in the then called moon, according to the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, 2/3 of the way into the planet. He drills a shaft and fills it with high explosive. Now look at this. Now he's a wise scientist. Now surely Allah saw it. Surely Allah knew it. This man is going off. Well, he's a great scientist. Yeah, but he's going off. This fool is drilling a hole in the planet. You don't drill a hole into the planet nearly 2/3 of the distance and nobody know what's going on. Especially if you're a foreseeing, foreknowing God. You say, oh, what is he doing? The God evidently saw it and said, yeah, this is pretty bad. Now, this man's going to fill it with explosive, set it off. This is going to kill a lot of people. God said, let it be. But wait a minute, God, what are you doing? Don't you love life? Don't you have any compassion for human life, God? I mean, you're going to let this not destroy the planet? He said, let it be. So the man set it off and blew a piece of this planet off. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it went out. I think it was 10,000 miles from its original pocket, right? And dropped 12,000 and dropped 36,000 miles until it started rotating in its present orbit. Now here's the Earth and that moon out there. All the water from that part fell on this part. So you have, when you look at the moon, you see these tremendous, caverns in the moon, craters in the moon that show that if you could empty all the water from the earth, you would see a great crater where the Pacific Ocean is, a great crater where the Atlantic Ocean is, a small crater where the Mississippi River is and the Amazon River, and all these great oceans and rivers would be craters in the earth. Well, when you look up at the moon, you see craters in the moon showing that the moon once had water, but now she has none. So the earth is 3/4 water and 1/4 land. So 3/4 of our surface is covered with water. The moon has none. Now that's a terrible thing for God to do or allow to be done. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it happened. Well, I began to study that. And I said, now, one day the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to me, he said, the wisdom of the black man is so great that his own wisdom is a checkmate against self-destruction. He can't kill himself, even if he tries. So anytime the white man thinks about destroying black folk, that's a lost cause. That's just not going to happen. He'll kill a lot of us, but he ain't got enough juice to kill all. That just will not happen, has not happened. Greater and wiser people than him have tried this before, and it don't work. But what is the lesson that God is teaching? There are forces in us that we've got to learn to handle. God's wisdom is so far-reaching. He said, let it be. Oh, I don't know how many millions of lives were lost, but what was good out of an evil circumstance was that the moon was made. And that moon now, trying to get back the water that it lost, continues to pull on the waters of the earth. Let's move on down. Just picking this up quickly. 50,000 years ago, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that there was another scientist named Shabazz, one of the gods who, when we say gods, I mean a man of supreme wisdom, great intelligence and power. He wanted to make a people close to nature that could conquer the jungle life of East Asia, which we now call Africa. The other scientists didn't agree with him. And instead of his submission to them, he rebelled. He said, hey, look, I know this can be done, and I'm going to do it. So this man had a determined idea. Said, he's going to do this thing. They said, fine, but you just won't do it here with us. You take your family down into the jungle of East Asia, and you go ahead and make your people. Well, he did. He went. And he experimented with human life. This is the work of a scientist of ours who wanted to strengthen the black man in such a way that he could conquer the life of the jungle, the wildlife. And we mastered that thing. I mean, you go to Africa now, your people have because he made you different from other black people. The whole world is full of black people, but not black people like you. Because, you know, dark people outnumber white people on this earth 11-1. But all the dark people of the earth are not of the tribe of Shabazz. They are not of this tribe, this woolly-headed fella. Now, this woolly-headed fella, he's stretched out from Africa into the Isles of the Pacific, into the Caribbean. He's everywhere, but wherever he is, he's in bad shape. There's no place that that boy is that he's in good shape. He's in bad shape. And he's in need of resurrection. But what Shabazz did, he produced something. Even though mentally we lost, what kind of people did time produce? See? So God said, I know what you know not. I'm going to let it be. But what I'm going to produce in this letting it be is a people that are the strongest of the strong. There will never has been a people as strong as this woolly-headed black man. I'm talking about physical construction. I'm talking about construction of his skin, his blood, his bones. This is a super phenomenal being that he's made like nature itself. You know how nature is? Nature is indestructible. Made physically a superior people. And all white folk, they're scared to death of you. That's right, that's right. It's really fair. We don't like these black folk. Why you don't like them? Because, good God, if we turn them loose, we won't exist anymore. That's why we don't want them messing around with our women. Because if they get our woman, there ain't no more of us. One drop of them cats' blood, and they changed the thing up. Hell, we even come in the black neighborhood and get a black woman, and we can't make a white child even though it's our seed. She fixes my seed up till it's like them. You just powerful. They're afraid of you. Genetically, biologically, you're really superior. And that you should know. But in terms of guidance, you are inferior. And that's only for a season and for a definite reason. Now let's move on quickly. Now this black man, look, now let's go on. We're going to say something here. I want you to think about it. In these last lectures I've been given, I wanted you to see that evil didn't start with white folks. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Evil didn't start with no white people, man. Evil been here a long time. And if the white man came from us, then he is the manifestation of something that is wrong with us. Now let's get to the nitty-gritty of this thing. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad says when the scientists went out and sampled the thinking of the people, they saw that in the year 8,400 of this present cycle, a man would be born named Yaqub. Born with a determined idea to make a new people on this earth. A new people that would be strange and different from any people that had ever been on this planet before. And that this people that he would make would rule with a contrary civilization that would wreak havoc on the earth. And when they brought their findings back to Allah, the judge, he looked at it. He could have said, we don't want this. He said, let it be. Why are you going to allow all this suffering? Because it's going to manifest human nature to its fullest, and it will test the people under evil to see whether evil is as productive in their lives as good. So that at the end of this experiment, each of them will know that evil is not the way that they should go, but you must choose righteousness. And the only way you will choose righteousness voluntarily is that you must suffer enough under evil, but the evil that you see in operation, ultimately you must come to know that it springs from yourself. And then not only will you call for the destruction of this evil world, but you will call for the destruction of the evil in yourself that this is the manifestation of. Then you are ready to be made whole, perfect. Yaqub was not wicked. Yaqub was born with a determined idea. Stop right there. Determined, past participle. If he was born, he didn't determine the idea. So the man had nothing to do with it. So what the hell are you blaming Yaqub for? Somebody bigger than Yaqub had determined that he was the one to be born out of the dissatisfaction of the masses. 30% of them were dissatisfied, to bring about a change that would affect the entire earth. So a child was born genetically prepared to do a work that would shake the entire world. His name was Yaqub, a black scientist. And that young boy at 6 years old saw, as he was playing in the sand with two pieces of metal, he saw one attracting the other under its power. And he said, when I grow up, I'm going to make a people unalike, who will attract the original and rule it. Before he was 18 years old, or at 18, he finished all the schools of his day. And he studied biology, genetics. And he discovered in the germ of the black man that he could produce color. We don't call you colored. We call you black, the essence of all color. And at one time there was no brown.
All right. That's right.
There was no red.
All right.
There was no yellow. It was just us, the original people. Now you say, well, I don't believe that. How old are the Chinese? Tell me what their calendars say. How old are the Japanese? Tell me what their calendars say. They're not but a little over 6,000 years old. The Indian, the people that you call Indians, they are not the brown man. They're not the yellow man. They are the so-called red man, but they're not red. They're original people. They predated all these other races on the earth. They and us are original people. Well, how long have we been here? Well, we don't have no calendar. You don't go among the Indians and ask them, where's your calendar giving us your birth? He said, I don't know. I just been here. With the earth, with Mother Earth and Father Sky. I just been here. Where's your birth record, black man? I don't know. Nothing about no birth record for me ever since I came into consciousness. I was here, and before me there was me. The sun don't show my beginning because I am a people that was before there was a sun. Before there was a moon and a star, I, the black man, was. And I am, and I shall be. There's no end to me. I am from the beginning, from God. I am his first act of creation. But I was imperfect. And he put me in the process of perfection. Therefore, I had to experience everything of myself to have a complete and thorough knowledge of myself. Because only when I know myself perfectly and completely can I be made whole, and from me a perfect heaven and a new earth that have no ending will come into existence, but I must be made perfect. So Allah said that in the beginning, that I would be perfect, we would be perfect, but we didn't know the process. There was a lot of pain involved, a lot of death involved, but all of that death served the process of life because it gave us a greater knowledge of truth and understanding of self and understanding of God. And so in the Quran, listen Muslims, God is talking to the angels. And he said to the angels, I'm going to place a ruler in the earth.
Yes, sir.
And the angels start talking back to God. What are you going to place in it except that which will create mischief and cause the shedding of blood? We extol your holiness. We know you're holy. We know you're righteous. But why would you do a thing like this? He said, I know. What you know not, let it be. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said a white man was grafted from you. Right. He's called a sucker.
Come on.
Now, I'm not being vulgar. He's a sucker.
Yes, sir.
What is a sucker? Something that has no root in itself.
No root.
So you cut into a tree that is sucking from the earth, and you graft a shoot into the tree, and then it sucks from the life of the tree to make its own life. Paul said,
come on.
Paul said, you should not boast against these, for you were a wild olive branch grafted in among the original. This is the white man. He's not natural. He was grafted into a people that were already here, and all the life that he got, he sucked it from you and me, and our Father talked back to me. He's a sucker.
And he sucks today. Where's there some life for me, I'll go suck it up. Niggas got some knowledge I want, I'll go over there and suck from them. And he draws from us till he gets strong. And then he boasts against the thing that he sucked from and gained his strength. Yeah. He was living up in Europe.
Come on. That's right.
Eating the bark of trees. Eating juniper roots. Eating flesh raw. Laying around with the dogs. If there was 2 of them, the dog was the third. If there were 3 of them, the dog was the 4th. If there were 4 of them, the dog was the 5th. I'm talking about the Caucasian. In the north, in the cave, facing the north, didn't see the sun rise in the east or set in the west, and since you don't have no light in a dark cave, he grew hair all over himself like the other animals. Listen! Listen, black man, I ain't got time to mock no other human being. I just want you to know what came from yourself, so you know what's in you. A beast came from you because there's a beast in you that you got to get under control. But the white man is the manifestation of all the crap that ever was in you and in me. You're looking at it walking around now. It got flesh and form. And it give you hell because that evil of yourself gives you hell. God wanted you to see evil from yourself in a living form. Then he would put your true nature to sleep to allow the weaker part of yourself to dominate you, to show you why you must gain control of the weakness of yourself, so that in getting control of the weakness of yourself, you've already conquered the white man, because he came from the weakness of you. Yaqub made him, and I mean he made him. Grafted him out of us, starting with the brown and the yellow, then the white. Every one of them, he made them liars and murderers. So the white man is born a liar. He's born to murder. He's got a propensity to murder. He asks himself the question, why do I kill like this? I'm not like any other species, any animal. The animals kill because they're hungry. I kill for the love of killing. So the Bible calls him the blood shedder. He don't care nothing about life. No, sir. He's the destroyer of life. I'm talking about the Caucasian. The prophets came to him, he killed them. That's right. That's right. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, he's the real devil of your Bible. But he's the devil that didn't come out of space. Came out of you. Let me talk about this devil a minute. Look, man. What I'm trying to get you to see is not something to hate white people. Right. That's not the point of this lecture. No, sir. Point is that the Quran says, I created color. This is God talking. I gave you your different hues. See, he's telling you, my hand is over Yaqub's. My mind is over his. I wanted you to see that as I produce color in the plants, and I produce color in the flowers, and I produce color in the rocks, I can produce color in life, in human life, but I have to bring it from an original source, and you are the source from which all human beings of color came. But he didn't bring them out of you for you to masquerade superiority or for them to walk around inferior. He says, I made you into tribes and families that you may know one another. See, God puts knowledge above it all. Yes, it's painful. Hell yeah, it's painful. But there's no price too much to pay for knowledge. The more you know, the stronger you are. The more you understand, the more power you can extract from what you know. Then there is no barrier
before you become God. The thing that impedes you from growing to God is the impediment of your lack of knowledge. Therefore, when God introduces himself in the Quran, he says, Alif Lam Mim, I am the best knower. You want to come to me? Come up in knowledge, but there's a price you got to pay. I know I'm running over this quickly, and I should really take my time, but time is against us all. The Caucasian had to have come. If the Caucasian did not come, we would not have today this profound knowledge of ourselves. For in looking at this man, we see the worst of ourselves. You actually have the capacity to outdo him in evil because you are the original. And today you are outstripping the white man in the manifestation of wickedness. This white man that ruled you showed that you got evil in you because he couldn't bring it out of you if it wasn't in you. See, he made a freak out of you. Look at this, look at this, look at this. You, the original people of the earth, walking around, twisting. How did that happen, brother? How did you get to be such funny fellow? It's because that's in you. How did you get to be a lesbian, sis? You can't bring it out if it ain't in. How did you get to be a liar, a thief, an adulteress, a fornicator, a murderer, a backbiter, a slanderer? You all of that. We all of that, right? How did you get that way? Unless it was in you. The white man brought it out. He gave you a civilization where it's easy to be wrong, hard as hell to be right. Is that right? You do right in this world, you catch it. You do wrong, hey, people, help you out. Hey, man, I want to do wrong, I'll help you. You want to rob a bank, I'll help you. I'll help you plan the job. I know that business. You want to do right, oh, nigga, get out of here. This is the world, man. You the people of God. But you turn completely inside out. Where heaven is hell, and hell is heaven to you. When death is life and life is death, you've been turned upside down. This is to prove that if you allow the weakness of yourself to get dominance over you, it will turn your knowledge upside down. And even though you think yourself to be intelligent, you will begin to act like a fool because you submitted to the weaker part of yourself. Now,
and which we have found now is the missing link, Tar Ceti. In 1962, an American team on the Keith Seal discovered a pharaonic dynasty south of Egypt which had all the major markings of the pharaonic dynasty. There they found the palace facades and the palace erects. There they found the falcon god Horus, the son of God. Among the Egyptians, the Christ, the first Christ figure. And there they found the crown of the south, unmistakable shape of the crown of the south, and the heads of a dozen black pharaohs, even before Aha or Narmer Menes or whoever, Scorpion or whoever was the first in Egypt. And there they found the beginnings of the hieroglyphs. In other words, there was now no question that the Nubian was not merely in the evening, he was in the dawn. And it took them 16 years before they announced this. They said it took them 16 years to put the pieces together. But there were some of those pieces, like a stone incense burner from Nubia, that didn't need putting together. It wasn't even broken. But the man in charge of that expedition, Keith Seal, sat on it until he died. And after he died, thank God for his passing at that stage, because were it not for that, we would not have even heard of it. There emerged from the back rooms of the museums things which had been pushed aside, and a whole new picture emerged. And then came people, this could not be true. Lost pharaohs of Nubia, Bruce Williams, it could not possibly be true. And there were attacks on Bruce Williams, and he replied brilliantly. If you read the papers, not only the lost pharaohs of Nubia, but the attack that was made and the brilliant defense point by point, you will know why this is so important. At UNESCO, Gamal Abdul Mokhtar, head of the project, when I asked him, I said, "Sir, I need Diop's paper, Origin of the Egyptians, to publish in the Journal of African Civilization." He said, "I will give you permission, Van Sertima, but you have to publish a disclaimer saying that we didn't all agree to it." This is the Egyptian, you know. Doesn't want to be called black. No, sir. Because the black figure had suffered a tremendous loss of status in the world. We had been turned slaves. So that when Count Volney, even in that late stage, walked among them, and they had already become mixed with many peoples, he said, "It is clear to me that this is a Negro race, and that we owe so much of our arts and sciences to these people we have made our slaves, the objects of our contempt." He was troubled by that guilt. And there were so many who went there with fixed ideas, like the man who wrote, Budge, who wrote the Egyptian dictionary, at first thinking they were Caucasoids or Afro-Asiatic, and when he started to write his dictionary, he began to realize all the roots of these things lie in Africa. And Gerald Massey saw that. And you look at the language, Kenti means south. And do you know what it also means? It means first. Those people south of them were first. And they created one of the names for Africa. Africa came through many names. Sometimes they were called Ethiopians and Libyans and all sorts of things. But there is a name that is in Egyptian, Afro-Ika. It was not for the continent, but it was for the people south of them. Afro-Ika meaning beginnings. And they call their people Kemiu, the dark people, the black people, Kemet, the black land. And they said the reason why it was calling it the black land is because the earth is black. I don't know what they're talking about. Everything had to be turned upside down to make it correct. The black does not fit here.
Okay. The temples were nothing but great universities of learning. They were also places of worship, but then again, you got to realize that they didn't separate education from religion. There was no such thing as a religion in ancient Kemet. It was an Egyptian educational system. And there was no difference between spirituality and education. There was the science of God and the science of nature. And you learned it all for 40 years. So the priests used to, these were their training centers for the priesthood, like UCLA and different things. But it was also temple worship for the people that lived in Kemet also too. So what went on there? Anything from spiritual operations, physical operations, spiritual learning, physical learning, well, you know, rote learning, and spiritual worship. Now also, it was interesting because the Egyptians used to do this. At one time when you lived in Atlantis and Lemuria, what had happened was you used to have this knowledge on the inside. What happened was there was at one time in history, you were in touch with the spiritual world because your spiritual centers was open. Your pineal gland, your crown chakra, your crown chakra, all the other chakras. You got 12 major chakras, but your 7 major chakras, the ones that you see, were all open. So at that particular time, you had direct contact with the spiritual world. So now, there was a certain amount of physical operations and things you did when you got sick. But what happened with the operations when you didn't get sick was when they couldn't help you physically. Let's put it that way. When they couldn't help you physically in physical operations, because now physical operation or physical surgery is the lowest manifestation of medicine. That's the last resort. So at times when it was beyond the priest, because at one time you had correct communication with your cousins on the star system Sirius, Betelgeuse, Regal, Andromeda, and different other places. So at one time you had a certain amount of contact with them. So you just call the brothers up, say, I'm in the 3rd dimension. Even though the vibratory rate hadn't gone down that much, you could get spiritual operations. Well, the Egyptian priests, what they used to do is in these temples, they used to come in and summon the gods, and the spirit would come and do the operation or the particular surgery spiritually and prepare and repair things that the physical person, the physical body wasn't able to do anymore. You see. So this is what you have when you have actual rituals going on now, is actually summons in the gods to do work that you do not have the manifestation to do, or you don't have the capability of doing anymore because you're limited with the physical thing. So there's a different spiritual vibe that used to go on now. The woman, Shashi McIntyre, said she had lupus in the early 80s or late 70s or whatever, and Dr. Ben told her, said, I want you to come to Egypt with me, Kemet with me, and let's see what happens. And she went there, and she went into the temples, and when she got out, there was a guy standing there taking pictures. And everybody, when they got back to America, they found out that those pictures had actual pyramids over their heads, a spiritual pyramid over each person's head, like a halo. And what it did with her, it cured her from lupus, because she had terminal lupus that she was going to die, and it cured her. Another thing is, one brother went to the temple of Edfu, which is the temple of Heru. And there, in the Holy of Holies, there's a block where the actual God used to sit on. Now that the God has been removed based on the European and all. And in that Holy of Holies, they got a light that shines over the block, and you can't see it when you're there, but when you take a picture, it gets frozen. And when you get back, there's a light. There's a brother in D.C. that has some pictures of the light that's also in the Holy of Holies that you can't see, not unless your third eye is open or you are psychic, but you can see it, the camera catches it. And so there's all kinds of spiritual things that are going on. This temple of Karnak had 80,000 people at one time there. That's how big it was, but then again, they had 80,000 students, both women and men, but mainly men for the simple fact a woman is the temple, so she didn't need the same kind of training as a man did. Man is a child, and man needs to become more like woman. Woman needs to become more like man. That's balance. So the object of the mystery system was for the initiate to be as small as the smallest man, like the toi. That's called innocence. And with innocence and humility, God is. That's neutralizing the ego. You understand what I'm saying? That's neutralizing the ego. See, when the ego flares up, the spirit hauls ass. So when you get in a big argument, the spirit leaves. The spirit only flows in calmness and stuff where the humility is. That's a part of God. Look at your woman, the way she takes care of children. That's God. When the child does something wrong, she don't take out a gun. She went through the hypotestial hall and all that. And the Holy of Holies represented the womb, so it's like going back up into your mother. So now also, we're also talking about in the layout, you would come in through the front pylons, go all through this stuff here, and you would have your school in here. And once you complete initiation, you would probably end up in the back of the temple, which is like going back up into the womb. You know how it is, the man takes 9 months to get out of the womb, and the rest of his damn life getting back up in the womb. That's spiritual, you see. There's a black hole in space, which is the constellation of Draco, which is also, there's different black holes. But the supreme black hole is the northern part of the space, and there's a black hole on Earth. That's the woman. You call that the vagina. And yes, we love to go back up in that black hole also, too, to get rejuvenated. Right? Check. Now, I showed you this hippopotamus goddess called Apit, or Tyurt. Let me see if I can find a picture of her right quick. I'm going to show you this hippopotamus goddess, which is the center of heaven in the constellation of Draco. This is very key because there was a temple built to her, and that temple that was built to her, Apit Atayurt, that temple that was actually built to her was actually at the temple of Karnak. And at the temple of Karnak, they built this temple, and it's a very sacred temple, and so we do have a picture of the actual Holy of Holies, not of just the regular goddesses, but the Holy of Holies of the Supreme Mother Apit Atayurt, which is a hippopotamus goddess. I don't have I thought I had some pictures of her. I do have some, but I can't find them at this particular time. But we'll try to add one on the video once we do the editing and all. And so what happens is, the temple of the Holy of Holies, the temple of the Holy of Holies is this particular temple. Now you got to get a real good picture, and I'm going to put this on the back because I don't want nothing sharing the space with this. This is just like the womb. And this is the one side of the, you go through this temple. Now this is a smaller temple of Apit. It's at Karnak. And at Karnak, at this particular smaller temple of the Holy of Holies, there's the temple of Apit, and there's a womb. That particular womb, you have, this is the doorway. That's like going back up into the womb. That's also that stargate that the white man is not talking about in this movie. That outer doorway, the black hole. And in here sets a statue of the temple of Apit. You can't see it, of the hippopotamus goddess. And this is actually a picture of the womb, the Holy of Holies, or the Sanctum Sanctorum. Yeah. Very key. The Bible is talking about that, but also the Holy of Holies is the deeper region of your mind called the black dot, which is that. See, you have the law of correspondence. You're going to get a book called the Holy Kabbalion by the 3 Initiates, which was taken out of the Hermes Trismegistus material, which is the actual material of Tahuti. And in that Holy of Holies, you're going to find out, in that particular book, the Kabbalion, you're going to find out about the laws of correspondence. As above, so below. As within, so without. As on top, so up under. Those are the laws of correspondence, and everything in the universe corresponds. So even though this is the outer temple of the outside of a man-made structure that is explaining the womb, that's also, the vagina is also a sacred part of that womb also. And also another form of correspondence of the Holy of Holies is going back into the deepest regions of your subconscious, the melanin sphere. That is an outer gateway to the other form of the universe. That's the Stargate that the white boys is talking about in the movie Stargate. Now, this particular Holy Holies is representing the womb. Man must be born again. Now, there's several reasons. The average Christian to say I'm born again That is a ceremony that really has nothing to do with being born again. The real symbol of being born again is coming from your old self to your higher consciousness. And the way you go through your higher consciousness, you got to go through the stargate, the black hole. The rebirth of the womb, going back in the womb and being reborn again. So it's also not, so because you can't go back up in that womb only with the penis, even that's a part of sexual tantra, that's a spiritual part of raising yourself up to Christhood. Don't get me wrong. The homosexuals in the Bible turned that around and made that negative. But the other womb is the black dot, which is called the Amenta in the Book of the Dead, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, in the Mysteries of Amenta, which is talking about the deepest regions of the subconscious. Also, there's Amenta in the subterranean worlds under the subterranean worlds under the earth. There's a whole hollow earth. And that's the Amenta. That's the white boy, what he called that hell. Hell is the deepest regions of your mind. And based on whether you got the black dot or not, rather, and makes it as whether you in hell or not. But the hell that we're talking about is this particular third dimension, and we live in hell. So now one part, getting back to this, one part of this temple, when we're talking about that, we're talking about man must be born again. So there was a certain part where the initiate came in, and at certain stages of initiation in the 40-year period he was there, he later on went back up into the Holy of Holies, which was the temple. But the only way you could go in this particular Holy of Holies is you would have had to have gone into the Holy of Holies of your mind, which is the black dot, which is called the beast in Babylon. It's also called the abyss, which is now parts of your Book of Revelations was stuff. The Book of Revelations is the oldest form of part of the Bible. They took that from the teachings of Tahuti, and Tahuti got it whispered in his ear from Mayat as the form of Sashet. And that particular Book of Revelation, some of the terminology in there that you think is negative is actually talking about levels of spiritual development. And your Bible deals with that particular stuff. You see what I'm saying? So now, this particular Holy of Holies, the temple was symbolic of your transformation as you went into certain parts of the actual initiation of the brotherhood on earth. But now I want to say this one other part while it's on my mind. There was a brotherhood on earth, and your initiation was this. This is the primary example. You had a brotherhood on earth that you went into the temples, and each part of the temple symbolized what level of your body that you will actually own. The end result was going through the black dot of the doorway in your mind, and also the doorway in the temple, which is the Holy of Holies. The end result and the most supreme end result of what the actual mystery system is about is to make contact with the brotherhood, not only on earth, but the brotherhood in the heaven of the star system Sirius, called the Brotherhood of Melchizedek. So even though we had a brotherhood on earth, which you call a mystery system, which it wasn't a mystery, it was an educational system, and you had a brotherhood in heaven, and you had to make contact with the upper room in your mind, and the upper room of the cosmos, which is the brotherhood. And so the supreme brotherhood was ruled there. In Kemet, it was called Medu-Ra-Atan, which was Melchizedek. His original name is Sutek. Hebrew name is Melchizedek. The Arabic word for the Great White Brotherhood, the Sufi, is called the Kutub, or the Kutab. Kutab. You see, which is talking about establishing to the higher levels. Now, you know.
So, all right, let me try to recap. The temples then were places, were universities, we can call them universities, but they were places of learning.
Right.
The initiate, where one went to learn how to be in tune.
Right.
With this higher self.
Higher self.
Man know thyself.
Man know thyself.
Then he learned all of the principles.
Exactly.
Of how to raise his consciousness.
Right.
Where he became. Whoa. Hey, wait.
Get that, yeah.
Where he became as, where he raised his lower self.
Right.
To a higher spiritual being.
Being, right.
Where then he could be in communication with things
that's right.
Not on earth.
Not on earth.
He became one with nature.
One with nature,
so
when one with God.
God within himself.
Exactly.
Was actualized.
Actualized.
And he became, in effect, able to relate in a different way.
That's right.
Nature, as a matter of fact, he
Exactly.
could understand and he could be one with nature.
Right.
So if he thought of water, he could become water.
He could become water. And all.
As the Twa now
Can
still are able to.
Exactly. You see, the primitive man is more advanced than so-called the modern man. The modern man, which the white man would have you to believe that the modern technological man is more advanced than the primitive man. See, when you got certain push buttons and certain things that you use to get around using the archetypes of your mind, it shuts down mental thought. Whereas if you use nature, your mind, you see what I'm saying? So there's a whole saying that the mystery system would say, full room, empty mind. Full mind, empty room. That means you don't need the physical things around you as much if you got it in the mind. Now, there's another section in the mystery system we need to talk about is the intellectual aspect, which the 7 liberal arts, where you just didn't learn one art, you learned everything. So you just didn't go to college and learn, I just learned computer programming while I was there. No, you learned everything because you had 40 years to do it. So you learned everything. But even all the intellectual advancement that most of the Afrocentric scholars is talking about is still the low level. Because after you learn the intellectual thing, and the intellect is the lowest level of the actual mystery system, then you went into what is called the spiritual aspect, or you learn them both together. So it was both the physical, you have the intellect, and the spiritual, you have the right brain. So the intellect is left brain. The spiritual is right brain. So now, when the brothers say the sisters are not as smart, no, it's just that you are using the mathematical equations, and the sister is using the spiritual equations. And the spiritual is more higher. So therefore, you have to start breaking down this left brain and going into the right brain. You call it female intuition. No, it's the female spiritual ability that you're supposed to have, but you are now using left brain. It is not logic. Now, the white boy always used this logic, and he uses the 7 liberal arts, but he don't understand that there's another spiritual side. But he can only get that part. Now, the worst thing we ever made was the thinking when the white boy got a jump on us. The white boy was saying that I'm just as smart as you are. And so the reason why we couldn't monitor that is because the white boy proved that intellectually we were almost the same, even though we are smarter than him. It takes him a longer time to get to that stage, whereas us, you see, we can do this thing like that. But it's just that they systematically in the school shut us down. You know that conspiracy to destroy black boys, because Joanza and Jupa. You see what I'm saying? But even in intellect, where the white boy is talking about his intellect and all this stuff he can do, and then like he building these buildings and all this technology. Intellect is the lowest part. Tell the white boy, if you superior, then show me how spiritual you are. Not intellectual. Intellect is low. You can teach a monkey how to do shit.
But what about the people who would come and say, you know, with all the spiritual stuff, I mean, you still are oppressed.
Right, but see,
still not...
Exactly, and the reason why we say that is this. First of all, let's get on this white man. When you talk about, is he spiritual? He can't be. He killed all the animals off the earth. He killed the water. He killed the air. He killed all the people off the earth. He killed the earth, and now he's trying to kill space. That's nothing spiritual at all, because he's not one with nature. He's destructive. So that's no contest on where he's spiritual. Now, he don't have that spirituality. That's why you got to keep looking in the Bible, looking in the book, looking in the book, and quoting scriptures. But can you live like the goddamn Twa? Excuse the expression.
In other words, you are saying now, then, that our spiritual development reflects our ability to be one with nature and coexist.
That's right. Now, you asked the question, if we have the actual ability to be spiritual, why are we oppressed? The reason why we are oppressed is not because we don't have the ability to be intellectual. We can be intellectual, and if you notice, black people fill every position in the world except vice president and president. Everything else we got. That ought to let you know, and we could probably run the presidency better than the white man because we're going to be fair about it. Whereas his president is based on exploitation, because you don't get in that chair now unless you take an oath with the Illuminati and be one with the New World Order. But let's deal with this. The reason why we have been oppressed because we're thinking we need to be the best we can be based on the intellect that the white boy gives us, which is only 33 degrees of what he learned from us in the first place. But we don't understand the reason why we're oppressed is the simple fact that we have we have lost the aspects of spirituality. Now, when we still say black people are more spiritual, no, you were talking about based on fundamentalism, how you feel. Yes, the spirit is in you. That's called edukare, to draw out. You got the 360 degrees in you. But that's to draw out. But what we're talking about here is when you go into the fundamentalism, yeah, you reading the Bible, and yes, there's something spiritual in you that makes you even better than the white Christian, but that is not even tapping into the real spirituality, because most Christians, when you start talking about real spiritual things, astral planes, Buddhic planes, etheric planes, the Devashanic planes, the hierarchy of Sirius, disappearing, living underwater, living under the dirt, not breathing, not eating, never eating again in your life, then they say you're crazy. So it's one thing to talk about spirituality and to have what you call religious ceremony. It's another thing of transforming yourself to another level. Now, back to the one little thing before we get off this here. Why are black people oppressed? Because black people have lost the physical and spiritual abilities to be none other than God, because it is not written in your law that ye are God. So what is the black man capable of doing? The black man is not just capable of running a doggone society. We've done that before, and the white man just copying us and doing a bad job of it. But black man is capable of running the universe, and everything you see the animals that can do out here, black people can do. We can fly, we can shake shit. So we're talking about a whole other consciousness. Now the key to the whole thing is this. This is the key on why we have failed. Number one, the vibratory rate had fallen, and so it was inevitable. We was going to fall anyway, because that's a process of devolution. Just like the earth goes to sleep and things, we go through a transformation stage where we go through a metamorphosis and we go through a hibernation stage. Because we are spiritual people, and we are earth's people, and we are cosmic people, and the cycles of time, you go into hibernation stages as well as rebirth. So there's a darkness period, so it was going to come anyway. You see what I'm saying? The key why we cannot make it and why we are oppressed, because we are thinking that success in this society is to be like the white boy as far as running the society, and that is the lowest level of society. We're only basing that off materialism, and materialism is the lowest part of the planet, of the cosmos. The physical plane is the lowest part. That's the dead part. But we have gone through the materialistic part. That's what we have when we see the physical structures of Egypt. Now it's time to go back to the spiritual part. So we have outgrown what you know of as physical life on this planet, but by us being spiritual beings, because we have a black God in us, it's time for us to go to the other level on which we were when we first came on the planet. You see. So we didn't come on the planet as physical beings in what you see Egypt. We came on the planet as spiritual beings, and we went into what you call Egypt when the vibratory rate slowed down. That was our physical existence, and we lasted for a couple of thousand years in the physical. But now it's time to go back to the spiritual on what we first did when we came into the planet, when we were the gods of the universe. So we have outgrown this. So now we understand the reason why the white boy is trying to hold on to all of this, for the simple fact he is only on the physical level, and he can't get to that level because he don't have the black dot. He doesn't have the chaos, black dot of the chaos. But we do. So now what's happening with black people are following white people, and we're thinking we needed economics, we need all of the things that we have outgrown. We have gone through that stage. We don't need that anymore. Now, the Brotherhood is saying it's time for you to take back your planet and be the rightful rulers. That's the same thing when you look at the gods in Egypt and what they used to do. Or either look at the Greek gods. Real key. Because see, what you don't realize, the Greek gods come from Egypt. And when you look at what Zeus and Apollo and all them used to do with those particular stories, or with Isis and Osiris, that's the stuff that we do. Because the gods is nothing we're talking about a race of people who fell. You see, from the universal prime creator. So now if the Bible says, is it not written in your law that ye are gods? A God is not supposed to live like the white boy. We're supposed to live better than that. You see what I'm saying? So in actuality, so this is what's going on at this particular time. You see, we have outgrown this. There's another stage that we're trying to go with, and nobody's dealing with that. Everybody is still trying to deal with the physical illusions. And the physical illusion is death. What you know of as life on this planet is actually death. And what you know of that you are calling dead is actually life. So the people on the other side are saying, we're the ones that's living, you're the one that's dead, because you're not using 1/10 of your damn brain power. So therefore, there's a whole other realm. It's almost as to say that we're asleep and we're still trying to transform this physical by trying to transform the physical by doing physical and social and political and economical and mundane things. Whereas you transform the physical by going into the room, going into your mind and going into another room. And when you go into another room, what you think is the physical is the illusion, and that disappears. That's called Maya in India.
Let me see if I can sum up and
Yeah.
get back to these temples.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a good student.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's how we
All I can do is to go over
Yeah.
this stuff.
Right.
I want the temples. We were talking about the purpose of these temples.
Mhm.
We had established that these were temples were actually learning centers.
Exactly. Transformation.
Transforming one
Mhm.
from their lower or their physical
Mhm.
into the spiritual plane. Now I want you to do two things. I want you to tell me what were some of the things that one would actually be able to do. We've alluded to them. We've alluded to one priest who had spent 40 years, who had matriculated, graduated, was a high spiritual being. Who could actually cause it to rain. I mean, he did several things. I want you to talk about some of the things, even though it may seem impossible to us, what one would be able to do as a priest in Egypt. And also explain to us, one who was on that higher level, you've already alluded to it, that it's cyclical, and it was time for us in terms of the cycles of nature to go to sleep, so to speak. But do two things. Kind of allude to what, so we can get a picture of what we were in terms of how we live within nature, what we were able to do. The process then of that stepping down, of that falling.
Falling. Okay.
And allowing then a lower entity to come in. Because this is the question that all young people ask. They say, damn it, if we once ruled the world, if we were the black men that we say we are, how do we let this white man we call a devil, this little imp, how do we let him rule us? That's the question. And until they can understand that, they can't make the next step to transform.
Okay. First of all, the missing link is because when most Afrocentric scholars start off, they start with Egypt. Egypt is the way station. That's like starting American history and starting off with let's say start on American history, and you say this is the introduction to American history, and you start off with the 1960s. You see what I'm saying? You got over damn near 200 years that you have taken out. Well, starting off with Egypt is actually like starting off and leaving out almost 1 million years or more of development. But it's real key with Egypt, because Egypt is the documentation on the earth of that 1 million years of development. But most of the people who start off, they thinking that it's just 2,000-3,000 years old. This stuff goes back further than that. They are dating the temples, but the temples in actuality, where the actual physical structures may be 2,000 or 3,000 years old, or a little bit older. But the actual inscriptions and the hieroglyphic inscriptions on the temples go all the way back to Atlantis and Lemuria. We just showed that because we now got the carbon dated stuff from the South Pacific that's got Anpu, and that's an Egyptian god. So now, first of all, we need to know what were we before we got into this stage. At that particular time, we had complete contact with the gods. You had what is called detailed files that you go back and look at these movies. Anytime you see these science fiction movies, a science fact. Everything that you see, Superman, Batman, or you see the Predator, you see the Predator, you see the Terminator doing, that's what we could do. We had what is called detailed files, which is called cosmic memory. So all the child had to do was to remember the cosmic memory. He had a library in his head. Not only did he have a library of knowledge in his head, he had the ability, based on the black dot, which is the same stuff that is in the cosmos, to whatever he thought in his mind, he could make a reality, both in the physical and the spiritual. All what you see on the spiritual level is an idea. That you take a thought and you slow the vibrations down low enough, they'll come into physical matter. That's why the Holy Kabbalion, which is a part of the Tehutian literature, say the first law of nature is not self-preservation. That's a primitive man shit. The white man had to self-preserve himself for the simple fact he ain't got long here. He's on a linear perspective. We are secular people. You see what I'm saying? So, the first law of nature is the law of vibration. Everything in the universe vibrates, and what you see in the physical is slowed down vibrations. Now, based on our spiritual centers that is up, we could think a thought, and we could manifest that thought. You see what I'm saying? And we can manifest that thought. So that means, when we're talking about what, you say, what certain things we do, even when I explain the certain things that we can do, in actuality, I'm explaining limited things, because if you got full use of your mind, and the universe exists in the mind of God. And since is it not written in your law that ye are gods, John chapter 10, verse 34 to 36, then that also means in actuality the universe exists in the mind of man. That's the black dot, the universe be. So, if the universe exists in the mind of man, then what we were saying, anything that you see they talk about in comic books or on science fiction and fantasy movies and different things that you call supernatural, superficial, you used to could do with just thought. So now what happened is, this earth fell into a lower density sphere, and the vibratory rate slowly went down to its lowest point. And based on the lowering of the vibratory rate, the deeper we fell into degeneration. So therefore, you couldn't do the same thing that you used to could do a couple of thousand years ago, or a couple of million years ago. So therefore, the Egyptian temples used to come in, and that's why the temples was made then to bring the priest back up to the level on where he could use all of his brain and tap into the particular science of what he used to could do when he was the gods of Atlantis. So at one time, you used to have detailed learning, detailed files in here, the Akashic records and cosmic memory, and also cosmic ability to do what you want to do, whereas you didn't need so much of the physical because it was all inside of you. If you want to go to other planets, you could do that. If you can live up under the water, you can live up under the earth, you can do anything, you didn't have to eat, you could have sex on the astral planes, anything you wanted to think of in your mind, you used to could do that. And that's what we're going back to now.
Now, what governed that in terms of I know the Egyptians had the 42 negative
confession, right?
But what moral or spiritual or prime law kept one from actually using that in an extremely destructive manner?
Okay, let me explain that. You had a question?
I was going to point out, why did that happen based on we felt so low that we could be supreme?
Right, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm going to get into that. That's exactly. You saying what spiritual laws you had? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad makes a point that you were righteous by nature. And what does that mean? You don't have, the animal out here that you call inferior don't have to have no moral code on the way he goes about life. It just is. You understand what I'm saying? The dog don't have to read no Bible. He don't have to have that type stuff. It just is. The Twa people, case in point, Twa people, the Dogon, some parts of the Dravidians, your people in the South Pacific, your people in the rainforest down in South America, indigenous people, they don't need no moral code of certain things to make them have a good moral behavior throughout life. They are one with nature, and it just is. You see what I'm saying? If something is innate, see, when we talk about righteousness, there's got to be a paradigm of righteousness in the get-go. Well, where did this paradigm of righteousness come from? Did it come from God? Yes. But is it not written in your law that ye are gods? Yes. Well, most of the stuff that you see that's the paradigm of righteousness was actually a carbon copy on how we behave. So what you call in righteousness when you talk about mythology or your moral scriptures is nothing but a carbon copy of what you used to do. And what humans have done, humans can do. See what I'm saying? So it's a form of the nature. That's why when I read this, a radical prior to the British Museum that's talking about the white man, they say he has a restless nature. And as a result of us falling so low, we now have a program and a trained behavior. And that's not our rightful nature. There's certain things right now in our lowest state that black people do that's still righteous that the white man copies as the model of humanity or the model of moral authority in this country. Black people, even in their dead state, is the moral of humanity in this country. If the white man want to legitimize something in this country, the first thing he does is he want to legitimize something that's wrong. He go and get a white black person to be in it, so therefore he can legitimize it. Because he knows he is the apex and the epitome of what is not. You see. So some of the things was just our nature. Now let me get into one other part. We're going to get into two parts on why we had to fall and how else what happened when we fell. When we fell, the chakra centers, the pineal area, the black dot, and all of the crown chakra and the spiritual wheels of light in us closed down. Because the earth steadily fell deeper and deeper into the third dimension, which is the lowest form of the physical. And the physical trapped all of the spiritual stuff, and that stuff stopped operating. So what we used to use as cosmic memory, we had to go to a mathematical equation to think up cosmic memory. That's where geometry, astronomy, astrology, trigonometry, reading, writing, and the 7 liberal arts came into being to mathematically equate what we had gotten rid of that was natural nature, the cosmic stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Now, why did all this is where your mystery system came in, to learn the basic 7 liberal arts, and then to go into spiritual attainment to get the priests back to that level. And then they understood that they couldn't, all the people in the world couldn't go to that Christ level, so the priests ran the society and made sure that the moral structure that they put in the scriptures is what the masses of the people would behave like. And that's where you have moral code come in. It came in as a remembrance of what you used to do when you were gods. Because the moral code is to follow up to be one like God. I want to be like Jesus. I want to be like the Lord. Well, who is the Lord? The Lord is what you used to be like before this thing fell. That's where moral structures came in. So we talk about a level of degeneration when you say, where's the moral code? You understand? Now, what happened? Based on a war in heaven, they had to, in order to redeem and to save a certain part of the universe, they had to, what they had to do is they had to take a planet and bring it down so low until it would go through actual literal hell. Now, why? Why is this? Why? Why do we have to go through hell? You understand that there's a part of the universe that is so high and so righteous until it did not know the lowest depths of evil that there was. So in order for it to go any higher than what it is, the cosmos, the heavens, it has to go to the lowest part. So they chose a people, well, part of our people chose a group of the race to do that. And part of that is this particular solar system. And the lowest part of this solar system is the Earth. That's why the Earth is more physical than the other planets. That's why it's got the water on top and all of the land, and most of the people live on the outside. A lot of people live on the outside, even though there are people that live on the inside. You see what I'm saying? But the Earth is the lowest part, case in point. Get you a picture of the Holy Kabbalah to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Show you a picture of the Holy Kabbalah, which will explain. These are the different levels of the planets, but the Earth is down here called Malkuth. Then you have Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, and all the other ones. You see, like that. Okay. The Earth is down here, which is the lowest part. Which means the Earth had to go through the lowest degeneration period in anything. So the vibratory rate was supposed to speed down. So therefore, when we was in Atlantis and Lemuria, we stayed there for a couple of thousand years, maybe 1 million. And then it had to degenerate even more. Then Egypt came on, which is still high in today. Then we stayed a couple of thousand years, and then the vibratory rate went down even lower into what you got now. And that was conducive for the white man to live on the planet. Now, the key to this is this. Why so low? Why? Because they say that the people on earth are going to take the supreme head of the heaven. Why? Because we have totally forgotten who we are. We got cultural amnesia. We don't know who we are as a people. Even a roach knows what a roach is. Even a gnat knows what a gnat is. Even an ant knows what an ant is. Even a grain of dirt knows what the dirt is. The only thing in the entire universe, the omniverse, that don't know what it is the black man and the black woman, mainly on earth. And to even go further than that, in the hills of North America. So because you have gone solo, there's nothing in the universe that you haven't traveled, because you went to the bottom. So you're the only one that is actually qualified to take the supreme head. You see what I'm saying? To take the supreme head. So we had to go that low. So it's just like a bouncing ball. If you take a ball and you bounce it with a little bit of force, when it comes up, it might go this high. But if you bounce it with the most supreme force of gravity, with the low vibratory rate, it'll go the highest when it bounces back up, based on the force. So it's about like that when it comes to involution and evolution.
When we talk about the black dot, and I am going to let you go back and this is a segue back into the temple about when we talk about the black dot, if you would explain, because maybe some of our listeners do not understand in depth what we're talking about with the black dot, how it is related to the pineal gland, and how that is related to black people and white people, and why you say that white people do not have the black dot or the gate, the star gate, why they cannot ascend to a higher level. And then, if you will, I want you to segue that into the temple in which it is laid out like a man, so we can actually see where the Egyptians understood these deep mysteries, and they even build these temples to relate to and to teach specifically from the design of the temple itself.
Okay. All right. First of all, we understand that if you are in the image of God and it is not written in your law that ye are gods, then what the supreme level of the cosmos that you call, that is the black substance that make up the stars and make up all the other stuff, which is the supreme essence of what God is, because in the core of every star is the black substance. But that make those stars up is the black substance. So what you see out there, the white boy call it dark matter in science. What you see out there with blackness is actually something. And it is the essence of God. It's called the primal materia, called the great works. But if you are in the image of God, you also have the black substance in you. And because you are black, that is an indication that you do have the black substance. Because Beth means house. Ham comes from Cam, that means black. Bethlehem means the black house. And the sun in Bethlehem, which you call the Christ, is also the black house that you got. You got a sun inside of you, which is also called a star in Bethlehem. The physical star in Bethlehem was the star Sirius that you saw. The other star in the Bethlehem that you see right here, because this is the house, was the star Sirius that's in you, which is also the sun in black that you call the in Bethlehem that you call the black dot. So it is the gateway, and it is the Son of God that is in you. It is the Son of God that is in the Son of God, because we are the heirs of God. But there's something on the inside of you that not only are you on the physical level, but there's a link that is the difference in you from being only on the physical level, is there's a doorway in you that not only makes you on the physical, but it links you to the cosmos as well. White people don't have this black dot, so therefore they're only on the physical level.
Why don't they have it?
They have, why don't they have it is because in our form of degeneration, it was inevitable that we could not take ourselves down that low, because gods can only be at the nature of God. So therefore, based on the vibratory rate, some of us invented this Yakub, that I got the historical researches of Yakub. Some of us invented, a European based on gene splicing. But anytime you got the original prototype that comes through nature and spiritual attainment of the cosmos, and then you go in and make another prototype from that, I don't give a damn how well you make it, it's not going to be as good as the original. It's just like that oil. You could take perfumes and make perfumes all day, but it's never going to be as original as the oil that the perfumes are made from. That's the concentrated, potent stuff. Well, in the case of Europeans, we now have actual evidence that I'm going to get into with a particular temple of Abydos that has the documents of the European being created. And we'll give the historical documents on that for the people that don't believe. Based on that, what you have is this particular European is a created person that we created. And as a result, he does not have the full manifestation of the essence of what we are. So even in our creation, even though we can create a person that can function on the physical level, because we created him on the physical level, it doesn't necessarily mean he can function on the spiritual level. So as a result, what you have is you have a person that is conducive to the physical level, and based on a certain amount of lower energies, because the physical level is on such a low vibratory rate, he can be conducive to the physical level and all aspects of the physical, and all, which is the lowest level. But he cannot be conducive at the highest level because he was never created from the highest regions. But we all were. And our sperm and our stuff is created from the highest regions. Whereas him, because he's created on a lower level, his sperm and the actual spiritual energy, or the energy that's coming to make him in his essence, which is energy on the inside, comes from lower astral planes. Where our origin comes from the highest astral plane, they call the Jivashanic plane, or they call the melanin realm. So the reason why they don't have melanin is because we were created out of melanin, and they were created out of gene splicing in the physical world. And part of that, they gene spliced, they grafted not only genes from us, but they grafted genes from an ape. But even the ape is more spiritual because the ape is in its rightful habitat. And it does things nature-wise. But the European is grafted, and this is why it looks like an ape with the same hair and all this type of stuff. But it's something of only lower material matter, which I'll go into that particular part. So therefore, the supreme part that makes us God, which was created in heaven, is the black dot, which is that link, that doorway. Because it was only created on the physical realm, it does not have the black dot and cannot have the black dot. And now the difference between some white people is some white people are miscegenated black people that still have the black dot. And you got 80%. You have 15% of some white people that have the black dot. Those are not white people. Those are black people that look white.
Now, when we talk about the black dot, we're actually talking about a pineal gland that's not calcified.
We're talking about well, that's the physical element, is a pineal gland that's not calcified. But the black dot is called the dark night of the soul, which means in actuality it is the soul. Okay. So when you talk about this particular, that it is the soul. Now when you talk about this particular not having the black dot, means in actuality you have lower astral energy that can be mistaken for a soul, but it's not the soul. The only reason why you don't understand that it's not a soul is because you are dealing with intellect, and you all, because you can teach a monkey how to do some things. You're dealing with that. Hell, a damn parrot can talk. You're dealing with intellect because it has a brain cavity, it can function, but you don't know what the soul is of. But then again, we know that he couldn't have a soul for the simple fact that any person that has a guilt deficiency. Bobby E. Wright told you that in Psychopathic Racist White People. And any person that is against nature itself, and anything he has killed and he's defied all the laws, created laws, that means that he couldn't have a soul. He has a guilt deficiency, and you got to realize this about the particular European also too. The European, France and England had a war for 100 years. Now that means in actuality to have a war for 100 years, that means that war is the norm and peacetime is abnormal. So when we talk about peacetime, it's not talking about his nature. And even in his peacetime, he's never at peacetime. He just has a clever way of doing things where he don't have to have physical violence, but he has mental violence and social and political violence. You see? So it's when he does have peacetime, you're thinking that he's being all right. No, he's just got a more advanced way to carry out his particular violent behavior, his destructive behavior. You see? So now, when we talk about that, and we'll get into this white man in a few minutes, historical evidence proved that obviously this man doesn't have a soul. That's just based on history alone. But now we have the archaeological evidence, and because we're talking about the temples, based on the temples of Egypt, we have the archaeological evidence that he's a biological mutation from the original person.
we were talking about the angels, Iblis and Shaitan. All these names that the Quran uses. These are not names of people. No. These are names of qualities in human nature that are forces that need to be controlled. Listen to me, please. God, talking to the angels, he said, I'm going to make a man. They say, fine. He makes a man called Adam. This is the Quran now. And he teaches Adam all the names and says to Adam, go back and ask the angels their names. And the angels couldn't answer. He said, well, Adam informed the angels of what their names are. And Adam went to talking to them, and he said, did not I tell you that I know what you know not in words, and I know what you manifest and what you hide? And look at the words. I know what you manifest and what you hide. He's talking to angels. He ain't talking to men. Angels are men of a high level, but they have things in them that are hidden even to themselves. Angels are human beings, but they're human beings who have mastered certain realms that they willingly obey God. You know, when the Quran says, Sister Muhammad, that, O soul that is at rest, well pleased with thy Lord well pleased with thee, and you are in such oneness with God that you're in perfect obedience to him, then you're on an angelic realm, even though you're a human being. But there are things, even in the angels, that they didn't know that were there. And so God, listen to this, made Adam and told the angels, bow to him. Now, you can interpret that many ways. I'd like to give you some thought on it. I know that the true interpretation is only with Allah, but nevertheless, we as students can look at what God has revealed to learn from it. All the angels were made to bow to Adam. What is that telling you? All the forces in existence are to submit to the man. But Iblis did not. Is Iblis an angel? Or is Iblis a force that comes up in us, that robs us of the ability to submit? Let us see. Iblis did not submit. What was wrong with Iblis? Iblis was one of the proud ones. Uh-oh. That's a force that can mess up your life. Come on now. When you get proud. See? Somebody praise you. Because thought is the power that changes physical reality. As a man thinketh, so is he. See that, brother and sister? Now listen. Y'all all right? Now here's Iblis. This is a proud dude. God said to him, look here, man. What hindered you that you did not submit when I commanded you? This is God talking. I commanded you to bow down. Yes, sir. He said, well, I am better than he. I'm made of fire while he is made of dust. Now let's look at that. God asked him, what hindered you when I commanded you to submit? See, pride comes right up in your brain and you can't even hear the command of God. even though God call you and order you, you tell God, you know what I'm talking about? I can't hear you because I'm better than this nigga you asking me to bow down to. And let me tell you something, brother and sister, that make a devil out of you quick. And that's why black folk don't ever succeed in organization. Because you always think you are better than those who have been elected or chosen to lead you. When you begin to think you're better than somebody, even if God order you to submit, you won't hear God. Pride is a very dangerous force that we all must learn to control, for it makes a devil out of you. And you know what makes pride? When you begin to think more of yourself than you should. Now, brothers and sisters, we've had 400 years to live under white people. We know them pretty well. This is a wicked, jealous-hearted people. It's not their color that makes them that way. It's the way they were taught by Yaqub. They were taught contrary to good. They were taught to exalt their color. They were taught to rule. They were taught never to submit to the darker people. And if you look at white folk, I mean, they can't stand to have a black foreman, a black boss. Nothing black over them. They'll work to tear you down because inside they were taught not to bow down to nothing black. And their whole religion, their education, their politics revolves around putting darker people under their foot. So when you go to Christianity that's taught by white people, even by black people that are under white people, Christianity is a slave-making religion. I'm not talking about the teachings of Jesus. This is a slave-making religion that is to make you bow down to a white God and a white Jesus, seeking a white heaven with some white angels, and you want nothing to do with your black self. That is racism in the name of religion. Huh? When you go to the public school, this is what you're being fed. The superiority, the supremacy of white people over all dark people of the earth. This is their educational system. It is Yaqub's mentality, a mentality of ruling the supremacy of white people. This is evil. This is devilishment. Because if white folk are angelic and nothing dark is sacred, then it justifies killing Indians. We're doing God a favor, kill all of them. They're savages, they're heathens, kill them all. And so they can go into Africa. And because of the great wealth in the Congo, kill millions of our people because these are black niggers. They don't have any soul. Cortez and all of them going into Mexico, killing the Indians wholesale. They don't have any soul. And so the police can meet you tonight with just an excuse. He pulls out his gun and blows you away because we don't need no excuse to kill a nigger. They were made that way, brothers. That's the worst of yourself on parade. How do you like it? Do you like living under white people? How many of you would like to live under him another 100 years, another 1,000 years? Would you be happy? Mm-hmm. Well, if you wouldn't be happy living under white folk another 1,000 years, will you be happy living under the manifest evil of yourselves? Then you know a little more now. If this man came from us, he's the manifestation of something that is wrong with the original man. And so, listen now in my conclusion. Jesus comes to make men whole. Boy, that's heavy. Jesus comes to heal on the Sabbath day. See, this Jesus is not a man 2,000 years ago. He's a man that comes at the end of the world, of the Caucasian, but more than that, he comes in the fullness of time because he's born out of the will of the originator who wanted to see man perfect. And here comes a human being born of a woman, and he masters all these forces by God's will and permission, and he grows and ascends into the heavens from death. It don't mean that he died and on the third day he rose again and flew all up in the sky, please. It means that you and I are dead to the real power that we have as human beings. You're not operating on the plane that you can operate on, so you're dead on that higher level. And this is why you say, heaven is my home. I'm going home. Home where? You ain't going in the sky, but you're going up to the higher regions of knowledge and power where you belong. You don't belong on this earthly plane. You got to get on up to higher ground. But that is not dying and flying away. It's taking on the wings of knowledge and coming out of a death-like state where the power of God that is within you is locked and buried. So Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. Ain't no kingdom to come out of the sky. The kingdom is coming up out of you when you are made awake and aware of the knowledge of yourself, and you rid yourself like the parable of the wheat and the tare that seems to want to choke out the wheat. There's something in you that want to choke out the life of truth. It ain't nowhere else. It's in you. It's that pride. It's that vanity. It's that envy, that jealousy, that niggardliness, that desire to compete with God for the uppermost place, the uppermost seat. That's Satan working in you. That's Iblis that has become a devil. You got to choke it, pluck it up, pull it out. That's what the kingdom of heaven is. It's likened unto a man sowing seeds. And an enemy crept in the night and sowed tares in among the wheat. See? A man is coming and sowing truth into your heart to wake you up. And then from your own heart, here comes a whisper. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, you and I are worse enemies. Now that you know yourself and you know the white man, you shouldn't follow him. We can't follow white people, brothers and sisters. I listen to them preach on the radio and television. I listen to them. I get some things from them sometimes. But I say, I can't follow you with your... You don't have the depth. You know, you trying to get the spirit that I'm born baptized in. I see you, you know, but I can't follow you. You've got to follow us today. You can't follow white people in their madness. You must follow God today. Yaqub is real. He did make a devil, the white people. But the devil that he made is not the flesh. The devil that he made is the teachings that shape their mind. Their weak flesh and weak blood and weak bone only made them a better receptacle for weak ideas. But if you could kill the idea in their mind, that flesh would accept the truth. And that truth could make that flesh live. Do you follow what I'm saying? Master Farad Muhammad's mother is a white woman. The messenger never referred to her as a devil. His father worked with her, cleaned her up, made her ready to receive a seed that would bring forth a child of destiny. You and I are made of filthy people. But a work is being done on us right now to clean us up, to make us ready. Now look at you, mighty black people. The strongest of the strong. Look at what you've been through. From the beginning, you weathered the splitting of the moon. You weathered going down into the jungles of East Asia, and you mastered the jungles. And you were brought out of Africa into America and turned upside down. But look at you, you're still here, getting stronger every day. Now what God wants to do for you is to empty this old vessel out of the foolishness and filth of this world and deposit in your head supreme guidance and his own spirit.
The lower self was to surrender to the higher self in order to enter the sacred space. This meant that the ego of the everyday world had to step aside, while the higher self connected with cosmic energy.
The glands were the most important features of the human being.
One of the most misunderstood functions of the human body today is our glandular or endocrine system. Glands secrete hormones that trigger reproduction. Fertility and procreation had high value in Egyptian ideology.
The ancients were very much in tune with how the energy systems in the body, or the chakras, as the East Indians would talk about them, were connected to the glands.
Ancient teachings speak of 7 energy centers in the body called chakras. Parallels occur between the concepts of chakras, or energy centers in the body, and our glands. It appears they are 2 ways of describing the same thing, through spirituality and through science. Ancient Egyptians had a holistic understanding of the significance of the glands and their central role in reproduction and in consciousness. If we can decode the symbols, we see that the sacredness of procreation is readily visible in ancient Egyptian art.
When you see a boy or a man, you see a kind of a bottle on his head. That is not a bottle or not a white crown symbolizing Upper Egypt, as my colleagues and the scholars say. No, this is a gland in the human body known as the thymus, located behind the lungs.
The thymus is most active when a baby is in utero. It continues to be active until puberty. Then it begins to shrink and is atrophied when we stop being fertile. It was a critical activator of consciousness.
The red crown is another. It's the womb, the placenta, the thymus and the womb are connected for the cycle of life. When you see the double crown, the red crown is the womb and the placenta. The white crown is the thymus, who has its influence on the womb. That's the symbol of one of the glands.
In the early 1900s, alchemist Schwaller de Lubitz presented a work called The Temple of Man. It demonstrated that the architects of the Luxor temple used sacred geometry, which reflected the exact proportions of the human body. As in all Egyptian temples, the most sacred space was located at the back of the temple, the Holy of Holies, which corresponded to the pineal gland. When activated, the pineal gland is said to stimulate the evolution of higher states of consciousness. If the temples were metaphors of the human body, the pineal gland corresponded with the Holy of Holies.
Now, for the first thing that we want to start off with the temple that contains the inscriptions of 90,000 years old. And that particular temple is the temple of, oh, excuse me, let me get this right, is the temple of Dendera. Now, Dendera has inscriptions in it 90,000 years old. Even though this particular temple was one of the latest temples built, it is one of the oldest temples. Why? Because they built this temple off of an older temple that they tore down. And the inscriptions, there was inscriptions in the wall, in a crack in the wall, that told them how to build the newer temple. We're going to treat this very careful, because we're going to treat this particular situation with Dendera with very authenticity, and also we want to treat this very with a fine-tooth comb, because this particular temple of Dendera also indicates where we are going as black people, as well as the temple of Edfu and other things that we're going to get into. Now, this temple of Dendera, what you see here is a remake of the temple of Dendera. And what I mean is I'm going to show you Dendera in its ruins. This would be Dendera in its ruins. Now, Dendera is a place in Kemet, but this is actually the temple of Het-Heru, known as Hathor. Now, this is the ruin part where you see where the 19th century Napoleon artists came in and they redid the actual temple. So what happened was they came in and they drew these temples first. Then they did what you would call the representation of how it would look in ancient Kemet. And this is the remake of that particular temple. The one that would look like how it would look in the ancient Kemet. Now you see heads here of the goddess Hathor, even though the white boy put a little bit of wider noses on, keener noses on them. The noses in actuality were in fact wider noses and all. And I have, let's see, I have a color picture of the temple of Dendera also. This would be a color picture done by an artist by the name of David Roberts. And there's a greater picture, but they don't show this picture much. And it's done, did you get a good view of that? By the artist David Roberts, an 18th century artist that traveled to Kemet and drew the temples before the paint fell off of them. Because each temple was painted white and it had the hieroglyphic of the Medunetta inscriptions painted. Every last one of those was painted. And this is one by David Roberts, whereas you can actually see the nose is a little bit wider. We'll go into some deeper details in a few minutes. But this particular temple of Dendera that we talk about is actually the temple of Hathor at Dendera. Dendera is the actual place in Kemet. And now some people have a thing where they say Greek names and all, but there's no such thing as Greek names. The Greeks, remember, the first Europeans could not talk until Africans or black people taught them. And the first 300 years of Greece was also, black people. So they are the people that taught the language. So in actuality, when you hear Greece, you are hearing fundamental African language. So Egypt, that means Agatos, which means black, is also a fundamentally a Greek language, but it's actually a fundamental African language. There's no such thing as a European language, period. Because even Rome, the first 200 or 300 years of Rome, were black people. So therefore, we understand that even the Romans, remember the European couldn't talk, get Boney's account. You understand where he said we taught them how to speak. So those particular people couldn't even talk at that particular time. So the actual indigenous black people of Rome and Greece taught them how to talk. Now we have evidence on that also too. Now at this particular time, you will see the back view of Dendera. The back view of Dendera also too. Now Dendera is a very important temple. You see the back view? Also, the side view of Dendera. The remakes now. We are interested in focusing on not so much of the ruined temples, because you can go up the Nile with Dr. Ben, Asa Hilliard, Charles Finch, or also, what's my man in D.C., Tony Browder, and you can actually see there's several tours, black and white tours, that you can go up and see the actual ruins. Now, there are two or three temples that are the best preserved. One is Dendera, One is the temple of Isis or Aset at Philae, and the other one is the temple of Edfu, Heru, the temple of Heru or Horus at Edfu. These are the three best preserved temples. You see, they just redid Hatshepsut's temple. We'll show you a picture of that one also. Now, one of the key books that you must get that they just put back in print, black people, is the book Brian M. Fagan's book, The Rape of the Nile. This is a book that was also recommended by John Henry Clark to most people. It was been out of print, but now this particular book has now been released back in print within the last month or so. So some of these particular remakes you will find in this particular book also too. I'll be giving you other books that you can also reference also. Brian Fagan's book, The Rape of the Nile. And it says, tomb robbers, tourists, and archaeologists in Egypt. The Rape of the Nile. You see, so now this is a key book that you want to get so you can have some indication of what these temples used to look like, as well as a picture of the temple of Dendera. And also, when I go into the zodiac of Dendera, there is a whole section in here on how they took that zodiac and carved it down and took it to the Louvre in Paris also, too. This is the colonnade that is on the outside of Dendera. Now, this particular colonnade is what you would see. Before you come into the temples, you would pass through this particular colonnade. You now see one in Paris. And in most buildings, early 19th century buildings, and 18th century buildings, you see a colonnade right over the door. Now, it's real key about this particular colonnade. Now, I want to show you this. Now, this colonnade, as you see, you can see some wings and you'll see a disc. Now, let me get a picture of the winged disc. Right here is another picture of the winged disc. As we go on. It's showing a picture of, the black man, right when you go in the temple. This winged disc that you see. This winged disc that you see two wings, you see a disc, and you see two serpents. I should get a better representation of that particular winged disc. Okay, do you have that? Okay. No, the book. Okay. Now you have that. Okay. This winged disc, you see a dot in the middle of the disc. You see two serpents. Now, I got a papyrus that I'm going to deal with at the end of the lecture that will go into this. This disc you see in the middle is nothing but the black dot of the black sun in black people. This particular sons of Israel. Is Isis, is Ra is the sun, and you have the son of the sun. That's that sun, and it's also in all black people. No sun, no godship, no heaven. We'll go deeper into that as we go on. Now, this particular colonnade, if you can look real close, I want you to focus in on real close. You will see that there's a bridge coming right down, and there's water, and there's boats. And they had a bridge that was built across the water that came right into the colonnades right before you got to the temple. So you could walk across the water with a bridge coming up to the colonnade, and then you go into the temple of Dendera. And you see people coming on, and you see a procession going on. Different things that's going on also. Palm trees that let you know that this was a tropical land also, too. Now, we want to go back, and we want to show you, we're still dealing with this temple of Dendera. Now, why is the temple of Dendera so doggone important? Well, it's very easy. The temple of Dendera is so important because what is on the inside of the temple of Dendera? What is on the inside of the temple of Dendera is the famous zodiac of Dendera, or the zodiac of the temple of Hathor. Now, this is very key. Now, if I may, I'll show you some things. I'll point out some things. This zodiac has the symbol of the heavens. It has the pictures of Isis as the pillars of heaven, and her son also, Heru, as also the pillars of heaven also. This particular stuff that's going on the inside is nothing but all of the stars. It represents all of the heavens. Right over here you see is a picture supposedly of a black woman. It says, as above, so below. That's the law of correspondence, which means as above, so below. Now, based on as above, so below, what you have is, this is the sky, this is the universe. And on the earth plane, you have the god of the earth plane, which is in fact the black woman. Even though, is it not written in your law that ye all are gods? John chapter 10, verse 34 to 36. The good book you need to read called Ye Are Gods by Annalise Guerin that deals with that. But this particular, the supreme microcosm of the macrocosm is the black female that you see right here stretching out her arms. Also represents the goddess Nut stretching out her arms also. Now, it's real key because on the inside of this particular zodiac, you have a picture of a hippopotamus goddess. And she's giving birth to a dog. This hippopotamus goddess represents the constellation of Draco, the triple blackness of space, that gives birth to her first son. That particular first son is Sut, Sut, which means the god of Sirius, the star Sirius. So the triple blackness of space in the northern hemisphere of the universe called Draco. She gives birth to her first son in her south gate, which is her vagina. And that first son is the first star in the universe known as Sirius, or Sophis, or Sept, or Sut. And that particular star is the central sun of our particular. You have the sun that you see out here is nothing but a reflection of a greater sun. That greater sun is the star sun Sirius, which is the brightest star in our constellations, as well as the true father of our particular universe. But the key to this is that father has a mother. There is no such thing as a father that deals with this woman. So when you talk about the Father in heaven, you're actually talking about the Son in heaven. And when you talk about the Son of the Father, you're talking about the grandson or the son of the Son. But the supreme archetype of heaven is the mother, known as the goddess Kali in India. It's known as the goddess Apit here, or Tyert, or the goddess Nut. Now, Apit, or Tyert, is this hippopotamus goddess that gives birth to this little dog, the dog star. You see. The actual dog star. So this is very key. Now she gives birth to the dog star, and then all of the other stars and all of the actual other parts of the zodiac comes into view. Now this particular zodiac of Dendera is real key for one reason. Number one, this is an astronomical zodiac. Now you got to understand, there is astrology and there's astronomy. Astrology, astrological, is based on the stars in this particular, basically around the sun. You understand what I'm saying? In our solar system. Astronomy, or astronomical zodiac, deals with the zodiacal universe. This is an astronomical zodiac, which also is in this astronomical zodiac, astrological zodiac. Now the book that now this is a key book. It's called Cyril Fagan's book. It's a book that the white boy took off the market because he was a part of the Royal Astronomical Organization in England. He found out, well, the white people were saying, well, we can't deny that Egyptian was the inventors of astronomy, but astrology, that's a whole other thing. That's Greece. So this particular white boy went back and studied the temple of Dendera and all of the other temples, and he broke down and found out in an actuality that astrology was also started in Kemet too, and there's no kind of science that don't come out of Kemet or Egypt. Now, he found this particular thing out, and they threw him out of the actual Royal Astrological Society, and as a result, he wrote a book called Astrological Origins by Cyril Fagan that now is also print. You know, Raoul Nefer talks about this particular person in his book Medunetta 1. Also, too, Medunetta 1. And also, too, you can also go to certain libraries and get this particular book. I think the last printing was 1972 by Llewellyn Publications. Now, so this is an astronomical zodiac. Now, this particular zodiac, like I said, in this particular temple was built in Kemet, and it was, even though it was built in the Ptolemy period of the Greece. Now, the Greece really didn't run Kemet. The Greece was actually scared. The Greeks, excuse me, was actually scared of the Egyptian priests. So they would go. So the Egyptian priests would come to them and say, "Now we need a temple. You know what's going down?" And they would give them the money to build a temple or the manpower at this particular time with the Ptolemies when they were ruling. For the simple fact that they were scared in all of the actual Egyptian priests. So they did muscle around the other people. They didn't go up against the priests at this particular time. The priests understood in divine prophecy that the Greeks had to rule as well as Kemet had to fall. We'll get into that in a few minutes. Also, so they built this particular temple, and they tore down an ancient temple And the ancient temple that they tore down had a hieroglyphic based on a papyrus, a crack in the wall, and they actually fashioned the actual temple. So even though the stones, and they always use the older stones, they use the stones from the older building to build a new one back. So even though this is a newer temple, it contains the oldest and it is the most complete findings in the world. It's in the temple of Dendera. And this zodiac is approximately 90,000 years old. This is what you're seeing right here. And on here it has the origins of the black woman being God and woman being God, period. The great microcosm of the macrocosm, which a triple blackness of space is called chaos. The womb of the universe, because everything is born from a feminine principle. Check. Now, let's go on. And we'll deal with some other things. Now, Dr. Ben said that, now, based on Brian Fagan's book, Rape of the Nile, you're going to find out that the French blew this thing down. And they took this particular zodiac to Paris. It's in the Louvre in Paris, and they put up another plaster zodiac. Now, what had happened was it was the Russians who was going to get this zodiac. So the French, the Britons were coming was coming to get it. But before they got there, a French cat took some Arab help and blew it down. And on the way taking it to the ship, it fell into the Nile, and they needed more help. But they got it up out of the Nile, and they took it and they put it on the ship and rushed it to France before the British could get in and get it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's, this particular, the original replica is now in the Louvre in Paris, in the Egyptian antiquities also too. Very key, because everything is in here. Now, when we deal with the actual star systems of all of these particular temples, you're going to find out that all of these particular temples are based around the star system Sirius, which is called Syriac architecture. That's the key, because that is the monument, that is heaven, and these are the monuments of heaven. Kemet was known as the heaven on earth. So as we go on. So Dr. Ben said that this was a fake one. He said there's a square zodiac, but he was mistaken for the simple fact that this is the real one that's in Paris. And the square zodiac was also on another side of the room. And that other zodiac on the other side of the room is this particular square zodiac. 2 levels of that square zodiac also. Now you want to get deeper into the astronomical part of the temples and the breakdown of the stars and the temples, you need to buy a book by the name of Norman Lockyer, or Lockyer, Lockyer, J. Norman Lockyer. And that particular book is called The Dawn of Astronomy. Now, the key to this book is out of print, but now you can also go to, there's a new out-of-print book company called Kessinger, and they've just reprinted this Dawn of Astronomy in here. And in here they show different breakdowns of the Temple of Dendera, the Temple of Dendera. And so on one side of the hall, you have one zodiac that was in the ceiling. That's the round zodiac that I just showed you. But on another part of the ceiling, you would have the square zodiac. And this was in the temple ceilings. And they blew down the round zodiac. And for some reason, it's cut off because they left the black woman in the damn temple. But they blew it down. Now, so that's the square zodiac. Another form of that square zodiac that's in Dendera is also other forms that deals with different things you see. And right here you see the pictures of the circle, which is also the boat, which is also representations of UFOs that we're going to get into. And you also see the circle with the eye of Heru. So each time you see the circle, you know that that is a form of melanin also. And this is one also, too, in Dendera. These particular zodiacs with hieroglyphic inscriptions. Now, the other thing that we need to deal with is Dendera is called the Temple of the Virgin Birth. Very key. Dendera is probably one of the most important ones. There's different temples now. You know, down in Nubia, they covered up over 200 temples when they built the Aswan Dam, you see. And when they built the Aswan Dam, they covered up over 200 temples. One good book is called The Book of the Masters, Egyptian Doctrine of Light Born of the Virgin Mother by W. Marshall Adams, an out-of-print book that you can now get from African Heritage Classical Studies Research Series out of, I think that's Chesapeake, Virginia. What's my man name? You know, the E. Curtis Alexander that also does these things now. And so now, this particular Temple of the Virgin Birth that they're talking about What happens is this particular temple was built for the star system Sirius. Now, Hathor, Het Heru is the real name. Het, which means house. Heru, which means Christ. House of Heru, the house of God, which means the black woman who is Het Heru, which is the house of God. Now you got the triple goddess. You have the celestial Isis, which is Het Heru. Then you have the earth, one of the earth Isis, which is the Aset that you know of. You see, there's different forms of Isis. And then you have the winged Isis, which is Mayat, which is the end result. But, Aset. But the celestial Aset is called, Het Heru is also called the goddess Satis. And Satis is a name of Sirius also. Now, this particular temple of Dendera that I like to show was built, it was built for the star system of the temple. It was built mainly for Sirius. Now, what happened was you have the Sirius rising when your star used to rise up. This is heaven because this star was responsible for the birth of what you would call the birth of the life on this planet. It doesn't rain in Kemet or Egypt, so the Nile was the source of the water. So as a result, every summer they'd have the rainy season. That's how you could tell whether it was whatever. You could have the dry season, you have the rainy season. And every summer you would have what is called dog days, which comes from the dog star series. Every July 23rd, this star would rise up over the horizon in the morning. Now, this particular temple, every July 23rd, this star Sirius would rise up, and they would make it so that when it would rise up, this whole temple would light up because of that star Sirius. It would light up. And the priest was a big ceremony. And every July 23rd, that star would come up, and this particular whole temple would light up. You see, that because of that particular star system, and also Sirius, the chief star of the host of heaven, that is the son of the mother, the triple blackness of space, called Draco of Nut, or Apit, a tired, which is represented as a hippopotamus goddess. Real key, because we're going to get into a few things in a few minutes. Now, another part of Dendera, it's a temple that is built for the star system Sirius. But now another part of Dendera is the famous Hypostyle Hall. And Hypostyle Hall means Hall of Many Columns. I'm going to show you a couple of versions of the Hypostyle Hall at Dendera, at Karnak, which is Apet-Isu, the oldest university in the world, and also Esna. I'm going to show you pictures of the Hypostyle Hall at these particular places. So bear with me as I go through and we find these particular Hypostyle Halls. Now, the Hypostyle Hall at Dendera, let me get this particular picture so we can show you this, is a hall of many columns. It's interesting because when we deal with this, you're going to find out, when I show you these Hypostyle Halls, I'm going to also show you one at the Temple of Isis, but I'm going to show it to you in color. This is a picture of the Hypostyle Hall of Dendera. And as you can see, there's a grand procession going on, and there's many columns. Now, please note that these particular pictures, each one of the hieroglyphics in these particular columns that was built, they had hieroglyphics of metanetta all over the temple. There was not a spot on any temple in Kemet where they didn't have metanetta. The Greeks started trying to copy, and they could not put the metanetta because the best artists in the world came from Kemet, Egypt. Now, this Hypostyle Hall, and each one of the metanetta was painted, and they had the white backgrounds. I'll show you representations of that. So I want you to get your cameras ready and zoom in on some of these pictures to actually show the representation of the paintings of this Hypostyle Hall. Now, each one of these were painted, and this is the Hypostyle Hall, Hall of Many Columns at Dendera. Now, it's very interesting. This is a remake because we want to show not so much of ruins. You can see that in most Kemetic books or Egyptian books of the ruins, as well as going up the Nile. We want to show reconstruction because we're trying to put your mind back into the part of when the black man and black woman was at their greatest ever. You understand what I'm saying? So this is the Hypostyle Hall. There's processions going on. There is the light of the sun lighting up the actual place. So very key. Now let me show you one other piece on the Hypostyle Hall at Dendera. Now, this is very key. Now, I want you to zoom in on this particular picture. Is everything all right? All right, we're going along. I want you to zoom in on the pictures. Now, I showed you before that in actuality, the actual nose that you see on the particular people when they remade Dendera, you actually see they have keen-shaped alkaline noses because the white boys tried to, didn't want to show the original thing. But David Roberts is one of the actual artists that drew some of the things, and when he sketched out some, there is a picture of the head on the inside of the temple, and I want you to zoom in on it because it is a picture of a black woman. Also, I have an actual picture. Now, this is a beautiful day because I got an actual picture of the ancient Egyptians on how they look. It was painted in the 1800s before half of it and miscegenated on into what you call the Arab race now. But you know, we understand about your Nubians, but I'm going to show you the same headdress in the 1800s. Right here, if you can zoom in, there is a picture of a black woman with wide, big lips and a wide nose, which is the same figure of supposed to be on the outside of the temple. This is on the inside of Dendera, drawn by David Roberts around in the late 1800s. As a matter of fact, we would say that this was actually, I think this was actually in Nubia, 1846, that he drew this particular part that went on. So now, let's go on. Now, the next thing we want to deal with is I want to show you a color picture of what the temples used to look like on the inside of Dendera. I also want to show you a real picture, color picture, of the inside of the temples. This is a color picture, and as you can see, I want you to zoom in on this. And as you can see, every particular piece of the temple was painted. Background was white, and the metanetta on it was all colored. So even though the outside of these temples that they drew this way, they didn't have time to color them in, but this is how the outside looked also too. Show you another representation of a colored temple. This temple is the colored from the with full color of the temple of Isis at Philae, which was the last temple that they closed. And right after they closed this temple, Europe went into a dark age. And this is also the color of the temple. This down here and also up here, you saw the different things. Every part was colored, even though they got a little bit of pinkish looking people on there. We know the deal. You understand that? Did you get it?
They can lean those to us. Have the top to lean towards us, and it takes the glare off.
Okay. That's the color. That's the color. I want to get that shot in there. All right. Let's go on. Now we're going to deal with the famous temple of Karnak, which is called Apet-i-Su, or as Dr. Ben called it, Warit. What Dr. Ben calls it Warit. Before we go on this, like I said, this is another color picture of Dendera before the color fell off. Now this has got to be the best painting in the world because the French didn't even get there till the late 17th century, early, late 1800s, early 19th century. You understand what I'm saying? And late 1700s. Early 1800s, which is the 19th century. And this paint was still on there from 2,000, some of them 3,000 years old. Check. Let you know that not only were they the best artists in the world, they said they would have 3 men working on one arm of a big statue at one time. The simple fact that they had to have detailed art, and you could read these temples like books, and it's written in the stone, and most Christians can't get around that. We could take them right back and show them the origins of the Bible, the Quran, and anyone right in the stone. Now, be sure to note that every temple that I'm showing you is, even though some of this stuff dates back 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years, is still late stuff. You see. Remember now, we didn't need temples when we were as on the same level as what we were when we was in Atlantis and Lemuria, because our Akashic records was open in our mind. And we had cosmic memory, universal consciousness, the Christ consciousness, and cosmic consciousness. We only needed to build the temples as libraries and different things like that so we can read them as storybooks when our third eye and spiritual chakra system shut down based on this third dimension and the vibratory rate of the earth fell. So therefore, in order to obtain this cosmic consciousness, you had to go to the mystery system in Egypt, which preserved the science of the Cossack records, which was used to be in your mind, but you're getting ready to go back to this now in the later days where you won't even need this stuff. It'll be in your mind. Check. All right. Everybody's Cossack records. I want to deal with one other thing with the Temple of Dendera. From the ceiling of Dendera, the temple is dedicated to Hathor Het-Heru, the Virgin Mother. This is the zodiac. It's probably called the planisphere. It's called, instead of a zodiac, it's called a planisphere. That manifests the intimate connection with the past of the celestial taken by the departed, the holy dead in the interest of light. Now, we also have a breakdown of that particular temple of Dendera, which you have the star Sirius. This is also called, the key to that is the star Sirius that's called the primordial star of all times. And a lot of that stuff is coming from Mariette's book on Dendera. There's a particular person that wrote an 18th century Egyptologist wrote a book. His name was Mariette. It's an out-of-print book on Dendera. It's the temple called Ipet-Isu or Karnak. It is the largest temple in the world. It is a half a mile long. No, it is let's see, it is a mile long, half a mile wide. You understand what I'm saying? That means that would take up 2 or 3 blocks, maybe more than 2 or 3 blocks. A mile long and a half a mile wide. The complete 20 blocks. That's the complete layout of Dendera. Real key at this particular time. Now we're going to start off first to enter in this journey of Dendera, the largest school ever built in the world for a worship of the celestial gods. The largest temple ever in the world is the temple of Ipet-Isu or Karnak. Now we first start off with the colonnade again. And as I told you before, you have the winged disc. And right here, you will see real close ram-headed sphinx. Now let me get a picture of a ram-headed sphinx while I'm talking. Because it's very key, because this is going to later on symbolize a sacred marriage to another temple. This temple, these temples were like people. We're going to get into that in a few minutes. And they were married to each other. Now this is the temple, the first temple of Dendera that I told you was the temple of Amen-Ra. Remember that, right? No, excuse me. The first temple I showed you of Dendera was the temple of Hathor Het-Heru. This particular temple is the temple of Amen-Ra. Now, at Karnak, or what you would call the temple of Ipet-Isu, which means the oldest university in the world. Now, very key. What you had here, you will see the colonnade. Now, when you see this particular colonnade, you're going to find out that you see ram-headed sphinx, and they would lead up to the temple. This is the first doorway. These ram-headed sphinx are also leading up to the colonnade. Then you would come in and you see the pharaohs, and they're having a grand procession going on, and these particular ram-headed sphinx that would lead up to the temple. This is a picture of the ram-headed sphinx. You already know what the lion-headed sphinx is. But this is the temple of the picture of the ram-headed sphinx. Now they would lead up to the front door of the temple. This was one up here with the head cut off. Now this is at Karnak. They would lead up to the front door of the temple. Now this is key because I'm going to show you the sacred marriage between the temples. Now that's the colonnade. The first thing we want to deal with, the reconstruction, because Karnak is one of the worst ones in ruins now. And the reconstruction of Karnak is this. Ipet-Isu. And what you see here, and I'm going to break this temple down, and I'm going to somehow try to show you each section, because the temple was too large to put in, to show the whole temple. I'm going to show you a grand layout of each section of the temple. This temple of Karnak, now this is when you first get into the inside of the courtyard. When you see these particular things here, they're called colonnades. You even had the one big colonnade is what you saw as Dendera, which made a whole temple. These particular things that they call colonnades. There's a building in Atlanta that now is built of these particular colonnades. I'm going to get into what is called civic architecture, and we're going to show you what they're doing now in the new Atlanta. It's called Atlanta, Georgia. And they started building this civic architecture around the year of 1986. And now Atlanta is almost being completed as a Kemet. And I'll go into some things that's going on also there. Now, this is the grand entrance. This is the courtyard. Out front, you had these particular columns here that they had blocks on it, and they were not made, they were just made to stand up. They were not made to support anything. Now, this particular grand entrance that you call Karnak, once you went into the front courtyard, coming through the colonnades, first you come through the colonnades with the ram-headed sphinx, and you go down and you go into the front part of the actual building. Then you get inside this courtyard that you're seeing right here. Now, you getting good pictures of this? Great. You get inside of this courtyard. Then the next thing is you're going into another part of the building, which is on the inside, which is the hypostale hall, which means halls of many columns. When you get into the other part of the building, you go into this particular part. And these are these great columns. And they are big. I mean, you can fit 10 people around each column, holding hands. That's how big these columns are. This is the hypostale hall. And if you look real close, you can see the outside of which you just came in here. And you see the ones that's standing up on the outside, that's these. But this is the hypostale hall. Hall of many columns is what it is called. This is the grand hypostale hall of Karnak, which is the biggest hypostale hall in the world. And it is an awesome structure. If you would actually see these things, the real pictures. But I'm interested in showing you reconstructions. Other people can show you, you can buy any books and see the other ones, that's no problem. But what I want to show you is reconstructions based on Napoleon's artists. When they went in, they drew the ruins. Then they drew the reconstructions of this particular hypostale hall. Let me show you the ruins right quick, if I have some. Let me show you the ruins of Karnak, which is a body of ruins. Now you stick with me, because I'm going to show you some stuff that deals with the whiteboard tonight, and a whole temple that they tore down in Kemet because they didn't want you to see the inscriptions. Now, the inscriptions of this particular thing. Now this is the grand ruins of this particular part that you see the arrow standing on in the late 1800s, is the grand ruins of Karnak. You see, right here, you see this that's going on. Now, I want to show you some other things right now. Now, look at this. We showed you the hypostale hall. The next part we're going to show you, we're going to break this thing down. I showed you the ram-head sphinx. Now, when I go to the temple of Luxor, I'm going to tell you about the lion-head sphinx. And I'm going to show you that, I'm going to tell you about that because it symbolizes a marriage between two temples. Now, this is the grand layout of the temple of Epet-Asu. You see the Sphinx coming into the temple. Then you see one part of the temple. Now let's break this down. Let's go step by step. This part of the temple that you see right here, this is the grand layout. Right here. Huge. This is the hypostale hall. When you see these dots, it's showing the actual layout of the hall of many columns. These are the columns that I first showed you standing on the outside. This is the inside wall. These are the two colonnades. These pictures, these dots are the Sphinx. This is how it actually looks. These columns are standing up here. You see them right here. The hypostale hall that I just showed you, you see them right here. Now, this is the first part that we're going to deal with. The first part, we're going to deal with certain sections. The first part, you see this doorway here. You see these colonnades, right? These particular pillars. The next part you see is this is the side, how it really looked in the side way. You understand? Okay. Now, breaking it on down. The next part we're going to deal with is the hypostale hall. See if I can find a picture of the hypostale hall. This is the hypostale hall. So this is the hypostale hall. This is the dots that you see here, which represent the columns. This is the hypostale hall. This is the next part. And this goes with this. So the temple goes like this. Let's fold this and put this together. You want to show it? You get it on tape. Whatever. The temple goes like this. Now, because we had to blow this into sections. So this is the second part. These are the halls of many columns that I first showed you. That's the second part. You got that? This is a statue of one of the kings, the pharaohs. This is the first part. Now that's the second part of the grand hypostyle hall. This is the outside courtyard. Then you're going into the inside because you see the top on it. Right here is another temple. Right here is another temple of another part. Now let's break this down. Let's see if I can see that temple. Yeah, it's right here too. It's a temple that's on this. Here's a form of that side of that temple. So we have the particular temples now. Okay, now going right along, I need the blueprint to another temple of another. The next section that we're going to deal with. Bear with me. Okay, because this is such a big place. These are the next sections. They had to break them down in twos. Then you go from one section to another section, and then you're getting, this is the middle section. Now this is a front view of some of the last sections that you're going into. And this particular front view, you still see other columns. You understand what I'm saying? You still see other columns. I think this is also the hypostyle hall. Then they show you the pictures of obelisks and other columns that's broken down throughout the whole temple. But this is a front view of that particular part. Here's another front view of columns that's dealing with obelisks also too. And you can see here this, which is real beautiful. You actually see different pictures of I think that's Osiris, or Osir. And these are particular parts. Now we get to the real juicy part. And this is the last part of it. Now we're going to go into one of the last pieces. Now, there's a smaller temple that is built at this particular grand temple. This smaller temple that is built is one of the most sacred temples of the world. It's a temple that is the temple of the Great Mother. Now let me explain. When you go down the aisle of a church, you say you're getting married. You know that aisle. That aisle, or if a church has a center aisle, that is the fallopian tube, the birth canal, right? And then when you get to the pulpit, that's the womb, the sanctum sanctorum, known as the Holy of Holies. Now the white boy switched this up. In marriage, he has the woman coming down the aisle. But a woman doesn't come down the aisle. A woman is the womb. So in actuality, he's supposed to have the man coming down the aisle in marriage, because the man symbolizes the penis and the sperm, and sperm travels up the fallopian tube, right? The birth canal. Not the woman traveling up, because the woman has a womb. How the hell is she going to need to travel up to her own womb? You see what I'm saying? So they switched this thing around. In actuality, the man is supposed to be led up that aisle, not the woman. You see. One other key thing we need to do when we have African weddings, we need to lead this thing up, lead the man up the aisle. You see what I'm saying? Not the woman. Now, we're going to find out a good book is The Temple in Man, because I'm going to Luxor after this, what we call Waset.
The Step Pyramid ushered in a new age of monument building in the world. Thanks to a popular king, a booming economy and trade, Egypt was in a golden age, and so were its pyramids. But the good times wouldn't last. 3 centuries later, drought and corruption brought ancient Egypt into a kind of dark ages. The pyramids were looted, the kingdom was divided, and pharaohs no longer had the power and influence to build great palaces in their city of the dead. But the journey into the afterlife still meant the world to them. So without the stairways to heaven, the pharaohs needed something else to help guide them safely into the next life. So they adopted religious text, literally magical spells, inscribed in a sacred code. After King Zoser built the world's first pyramid in Saqqara, the sacred tombs of the pharaohs littered the desert west of the Nile. But when their royal tombs were looted and the kingdom began to crumble, the pharaohs needed to find another way to pass through to the afterlife. A mysterious code that remains the oldest religious text in the world. I'm rejoining archaeologist Ashraf El-Mahrabi to go down into the heart of the pyramid of King Titi, a pharaoh who ruled more than 300 years after King Zoser, to get a rare look at ancient Egypt's instruction manual for entering heaven.
It looked like a pile of sand from outside.
Exactly. So this mound of sand is actually the pyramid?
Yes.
When King Zoser built the first pyramid around 2700 BC, he could afford thousands of laborers and tons of stone. But by the time the pharaoh Titi began to build his tomb, war and famine had drained the pharaoh's resources. So they cut corners. Simple underground chambers were dug, then concealed by a massive pile of rubble and covered with a limestone facade. As the centuries passed, the facade was destroyed, and the pile underneath crumbled into a shapeless mound. So let's get down.
Yes, we are heading now to see the entrance of the pyramid. Watch your head.
It's a real squeeze.
Yes, so you can see the tunnel. It's too big.
Yeah.
For big guys like us.
Okay.
Yeah.
First chamber, huh? And
yes.
I can really see the difference already in the different cut. I mean, it's much cleaner.
Much cleaner, yeah.
Much more of a grand entrance. We were 700 yards from Zoser's Step Pyramid, down beneath the desert sands, slowly making our way to King Titi's burial chamber, where the world's first religious text was written in stone. And this straight tunnel was the only way in. After the king was buried, 3 huge granite blocks were used to seal the passageway, creating a primitive security system. It was state-of-the-art for the time, but the pharaoh's greatest protection wasn't stone blocks. It was these mystical spells, never meant for our eyes, hidden beneath the desert for millennia. Oh, wow. So we're in the center of the pyramid.
Exactly the center of the pyramid.
Look at this. This whole wall, and I guess it would have gone around the corner here.
It's everywhere.
Everything is hieroglyphics.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this is incredible. This antechamber, the second of 3, holds more than 400 hieroglyphic spells known as the pyramid texts, the earliest religious transcripts in the world, and the first to be carved into pyramid walls. They are all mystical instructions meant to be read by the pharaoh after his death. Please tell me what all this means in general.
Actually, this is like a magical spells to help the soul, to help the king in afterlife. Magical spells to help the soul to be resurrected again, because the pharaohs were believing the soul will go away.
Yes.
And we're living between the northern stars, and the soul have to come back again to recognize the body. So there is many, bad gods will stop the soul to come back again. It's like a fight or a conflict between good gods and the bad gods.
Right.
So this magical spells will help the soul to come back again.
The pharaohs lost their power. They had seen the tombs of earlier dynasties robbed of the royal treasures that were supposed to guarantee access to the afterlife. So they turned to these written spells instead of luxurious treasure as their new theft-proof tickets to paradise.
For instance, if you have a look here, you can see his name, T. There's a half bread, and the feather's eye. And the name was written in a circle. Why? Because the circle means endless, continuous. So if you got your name in a circle, you will live forever. Right. You will be resurrected in afterlife. All the spells dedicated to Teti, the author of the pyramid here.
Originally, these cryptic symbols, the world's earliest collection of prayers, were painted in vivid colors. But over 2,000 years, trace amounts of humidity in the desert air ate away at the paint. So if you use your imagination, very colorful wall,
yes,
very colorful star across the side. Yeah. This is a brilliantly panoramic place.
That's right, yes.
The ideas in the pyramid texts evolved over hundreds of years into a remarkable document, an eerily detailed roadmap to the afterlife, known as the Book of the Dead. It was written on papyrus, an early form of paper, and placed in the coffin to help guide the deceased on their last journey, including a final step that is still familiar to millions today.
Everybody's believing he will stand in front of God, and he swear, I'm honest guy. I didn't do anything bad to my neighbors. I never polluted the river Nile water. I never looked to my neighbor wife. It's a great instructions, okay? At the end, they are waving his heart. And if he's a good guy, he will go to paradise.
I see.
If he's a bad guy, you have to get punished.
So the same idea of sin existed here in the Egyptian times as it does later in Christian and all other...
I believe the religion is just one tree. And we have many branches.
Exactly.
Islam, Christianity, Jewish. So it was the main tree.
So we're looking at the roots right here.
Here we are in the roots.
King Titi's body was stolen long ago, but his instructions to heaven remain in perfect condition. These ancient carvings are the oldest known form of religious writing. The Greek myths, the Bible, the Quran, all began here. You're really looking at the history of writing here as well.
Yes.
That's the earliest form of human writing.
Yes.
To understand the real difference between the step pyramid and this man's pyramid, the Teti pyramid, you really have to look at the wall. I mean, all these magical spells, the priorities had changed, a different time entirely. This is not big, bold engineering like the step pyramid. This is a more mythological statement. I mean, the times had changed. You had a pharaoh who was looking for a different way to help himself into the afterlife, and it's all right here, the magical spells that he would use. Up next, lurking beneath a church, a super fortress.
I have never seen a bigger Roman fortress in any of the Roman places I've seen, including Rome.
And later, the crumbling remains of a well that held off the Crusaders.
We really want to see it, but he's nervous because this is really, really dangerous.
Is that in the 8th century to the 12th century, so the intellectual emergence of Europe, at a time Egypt was in its 23rd dynasty and dying after nearly 10,000 years of some forms of organized society, Europe intellectually was just being born. That's right. That's right. And I further maintain that Europe in general had nothing to do with the creation of Rome and Greece, and yet the challenge of Rome and Greece created Europe because they were scattered tribes, and the challenge of Rome and Greece brought them together, and they became a people strong enough to create a state. If anybody got any information to the contrary, state the information to the contrary. I maintain that there was no Europe. You're giving Europe credit for things that happened before the first European war. A shoe or lived in a house that had a window. And I'm saying that you have not read, not just Massey, Joe Massey, his European disciple, Churchward, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man, the Origins of Religions, and his extensive work on Freemasonry. You've not read the American disciple of Massey, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, is Who is This King of Glory? One of the best written books on the Christ story, when he proves that the basis of European spirituality was taken directly from Africa. I'm surprised that no one mentioned the book When Egypt Ruled the East by Keith Seeley. What you call Western Asia, what is Western Asia, mistakenly called the Middle East, was an extension of Africa itself. It was really Northeast Africa. And the people were interchangeable, and we seem to have neglected this very important aspect. Then, in looking at Herodotus was no fool. Herodotus was a good reporter. When you told him something he didn't believe, he said he didn't believe it. But he said the tint of the complexion of the Ethiopians and the Egyptians seem to be the same. So let us at least concede, that's not an analysis now, that's an observation. Let us concede that Herodotus at least had good eyesight. He encountered Ethiopians as well as the Egyptians, the people, we misuse the word Egyptian anyway, that's a Greek word, and the Africans never call that country Egypt. But he encountered both. Then there were other writers, Count Varney's Runs of Empires and Delepsis' work on the comparative study between the cultures of the upper and the lower Nile mean that you people keep telling me what you have not read. Well, my main concern is that they seem to have equated the civilizations of the Tigris and the Euphrates with the civilization of the Nile. What proof do you have that the civilization of the Tigris and the Euphrates predated the civilization of the Nile?
I don't think that I said that, and I don't think that anyone maintains that. I think the Hittite Empire obviously comes at a much later period.
I know very clear when the Hittite Empire came, I know what damage they did, because I maintain that every people who came into Africa, Greeks, everything from modern day Englishmen, everybody that came into Africa did Africa more harm than good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that Africa owes nothing to outsiders in regard to development, because all of them declared war on African culture, war on African civilization, war on African ways of life. They began to bastardize Africa and confuse and create a kind of historical schizophrenia that the Africans hadn't even gotten rid of to this very day. And they created whole words that did not previously exist, like Middle East. Middle from what? Read Chancellor Williams' chapter 2 in the book Destruction of Black Civilization. Read that chapter 2 called Egypt, Ethiopia's oldest daughter. And it deals with the southern African origins of Egypt. If you read a book called Nubia, Corridor to Africa, once more you got that. Also you got the early Arab slave trade. I keep saying nobody came into Africa to do African people any good. After the Romans had disgraced themselves trying to be early Christians, the Africans thought that by accepting Islam, they could get the Romans off of their back. They were right. They did get the Romans off their back. But the Arabs replaced the Romans on their back, and the Arabs are still on their back.
A visitor in the 10th century, Ibn Salim al-Aswani, described the city of Soba, one of Christian Nubia's 3 capitals, as having fine buildings, spacious houses, churches with much gold, and cool, delightful gardens. He might well have added priceless works of ecclesiastical art.